has declared a national state of emergency and announced that he would personally visit the epicenter of the disaster, the impoverished western region of Chocó. The international community has also answered the plea for help. The government of neighboring Venezuela, which had 2 similar earthquakes in June, said it would send aid workers, and the U.S. government has pledged $15 million to help with the rescue effort.
The BBC's Rafael Rojas. President Trump signed an executive order on childhood vaccines, recommending, among other things, spacing out measles, mumps, and rubella shots.
So the MMR, we want to have separate visits, separate times. The vaccine being broken into 3 separate single doses and vaccines being administered in separate visits. For example, at 1 year, you should have 5 separate visits for vaccines rather than getting them all in the same day.
The Washington Post reporting an Iranian assassination threat prompted the president to secretly fly out of last month's NATO summit in Turkey on an alternate military aircraft. On Wall Street, Dow futures are down 54 points, NASDAQ futures up 30 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Are you carrying more than $10,000 in credit card debt? Do you feel like you're running on a financial treadmill, making payment after payment, month after month, yet never getting ahead? If you're tired of watching your hard-earned money disappear into interest charges, there may be options available to help you take back control of your finances. At Total Financial Freedom, they'll show you what qualified consumers may be able to save through programs designed to help them resolve debt faster than making minimum payments alone. The consultation is free, confidential, and comes with absolutely no obligation. Why spend years, sometimes decades, paying thousands in interest when there may be a better path forward? Total Financial Freedom is a Christian-owned company that has helped thousands of Americans pursue financial freedom for nearly 20 years and is proudly A+ rated and accredited by the Better Business Bureau. Call now and ask how you can receive a complimentary copy of The Debt Dietitian. Stop running in place. Start moving toward financial freedom at 866-844-7344. 866-844-7344.
The World Health Organization says the fastest spreading Ebola outbreak ever actually started back in February, months before it was officially declared in May. The WHO regional director says early cases in Congo were wrongly attributed to malaria and typhoid. Confirmed cases have reached 4,200 with more than 1,900 deaths. The strain responsible for the outbreak has no approved vaccines or treatments. The WHO director has warned that Ebola is spreading faster than efforts to fight it. Access to health care challenged by years of conflict in one of Congo's most remote areas. Winemakers in Italy are harvesting grapes for a type of sparkling wine days earlier than expected because of extreme heat, which is forcing quick decisions on harvest timing. Temperatures up to 100 along with low rainfall have accelerated the process. One large producer began harvesting 9 days ago, this to preserve the quality of the grapes. News and analysis at townhall.com. The one and only person to break the sound barrier in a car has his eye on another speed record.
British driver Andy Green set the land speed record for a diesel-powered car 20 years ago at Utah's famous Bonneville Salt Flats. Green returns to the lunar-like landscape Tuesday to try to beat that 350.092 mile-per-hour mark, this time with a hydrogen-powered car. The retired Royal Air Force fighter pilot aims to showcase the power of hydrogen as a clean energy alternative. Keith Peters reporting.
President Trump's social media company is going back to its roots. The parent of Truth Social says it's abandoning several new businesses, crypto, online betting, and financial services, to refocus on building up its social media platform. The company, Trump Media and Technology, detailed the new plans after posting losses in the latest quarter that jumped tenfold. More on these stories at townhall.com.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98. Queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Luxpeer 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus, free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
Trouble concentrating or recalling information is frustrating, embarrassing, and kills productivity. Nutrition company Healthy Cell created Focus and Recall to boost your brain power. Unlike other supplements that don't work, Focus and Recall is not a pill. It's a gel you swallow with ultra absorption of science-backed ingredients to help you immediately sharpen focus, concentrate longer, and strengthen recall. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order. Risk-free. Love it or your money back. Guaranteed. Healthycell.com. Code GODZILLA.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are a $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Well, happy Tuesday morning, everybody. This is the John Fredericks Media Network. I'm Dan Hobgood. Time for a look at, among other things, weather and sports. We'll start, as we always do, with where I am in Richmond, Virginia, where the high today will be 93 degrees with possible storms. A low tonight of 74 with showers and storms. Right now, the temperature in the River City, 70 degrees. Squirrels at Harrisburg for the week. First pitch tonight at 6:30. In D.C., your high today is going to be 90 with possible storms this afternoon. A low tonight of 74, still with possible showers and storms. Right now, the temperature in Washington, 72 degrees. The Nats welcome the Cubs to town beginning tonight. First pitch for the two teams at 6:45. In Atlanta, your high today is going to be 90 degrees. Spotty storms this afternoon. A low tonight of 72, still with spotty storms. Right now, the temperature, a network high, 78 degrees in Georgia. Braves fall to the Mets 8-5 yesterday. First pitch for the two teams tonight at 7:15. In Nashville, you're looking at a high this afternoon of 95 degrees with some storminess present. A low tonight of 75. That's not all that low. Right now, the temperature 77 degrees in Middle Tennessee. Philadelphia, your high today will be 89. You'll see some afternoon storminess as well. A low tonight of 70 with spotty storms. Right now, the temperature in eastern Pennsylvania, 73 degrees. The Phils topped the Cards on the road yesterday, 6-5. First pitch tonight for the two teams at 7:45. Morgantown, shout out to all Yins. High today of 80 with showers and storms. A low tonight of 70, still with showers and storms. Right now, the temperature also 70 in wild and wonderful West Virginia. And last, but certainly not least, unless we're talking about the NL Central, the Pittsburgh folks out there, 81 degrees, showers and storms expected. A low tonight of 68, showers and storms still expected. Right now, the temperature in the Steel City, 70 degrees. The Buccos begin a series at Miami versus the Marlins tonight at 6:40 p.m. And JF should be in a good mood today as the Astros were winners over the Giants yesterday, 6-3. The NFL preseason begins in earnest this week, Thursday, I believe, with a bunch of games. We'll talk about that later. Bringing you today's weather and sports update is the Godzilla Wins radio show. For the best insight, analysis, and picks, watch and listen to Godzilla Wins Saturday mornings from 9 to 11 all across the John Fredericks Media Network. Plus, of course, to get John's daily sports picks, go to GodzillaWins.com. Once again, that's GodzillaWins.com. All right, get those active minds ready for a few words to the wise. You know, one of my all-time favorite comedy movies is the original Naked Gun. Come to think of it, it's probably my absolute favorite comedy movie. Almost 40 years since its debut, the film still slays me. I mean, slays me. It's classic scene after classic scene, but my favorite scene may be the one in Norberg's hospital room after he survived being shot 6 times. The scene ends, in the theatrical cut anyway, with a great line from Leslie Nielsen's Lieutenant Frank Drebin, who tells Nordberg's wife, "Wilma, I promise you, whatever scum did this, not one man on this force will rest for 1 minute until they're behind bars." Now let's grab a bite to eat. The scene started, meanwhile, with Nordberg's doctor telling Wilma, "Mrs. Nordberg, I think we can save your husband's arm. Where would you like it sent?" Which makes me think of Senate Republicans with the filibuster. Essentially, they're laser focused on saving the filibuster, and they might as well be asking us where we'd like it sent, because as soon as the Democrats get back in power, they're going to axe the thing and thereby kill the proverbial patient, i.e. our country. I find myself asking the same question that Lincoln did in response to criticism over suspension of habeas corpus during the Civil War. Would you rather that I save the part and lose the whole? And that's what's on the line, folks. Not that I think that most of you listening don't already know that. Either the non-leftists jettison the filibuster and pass through their preferred agenda, our preferred agenda, or the leftists jettison the filibuster and pass through their preferred agenda. It's an either-or, proverbially life-or-death situation, which is what differentiates it from yesterday's topic of the right to remain silent. We're not losing the country if we uphold that right, more like on the contrary. Which brings us to the guiding question. Actually, we're back to said question. It'll always be the same moral question. What's in the best interest of individual self-determination? The practical course of action today is the opposite of yesterday's, but they share in common that they are the proper courses of action for defending the sanctity of man's rights. If only Senate Republicans were still in D.C., aggressive in pursuit of limited government policies and principles, refusing to rest for 1 minute until the enemy domestic scum that have waged war against individual rights are behind bars. Instead, John Thune says, now let's grab a bite to eat. We'll pick up here tomorrow, folks. Until then, this has been Dan Hopgood for the John Fredericks Media Network. Outside the Box with the Ox is next, followed by The John Fredericks Show. Stay tuned, everyone.
Cameras are being wrecked or stolen all over Minnesota. All 8 gone from Winona, a bunch in Edina, Duluth, Eden Prairie, Anoka County. The Star-Trib reports the only arrest has been in Faribault, though, a felony, and the guy's attorney's name is Flock, ironically. Well, Flock is a brand of camera made by a private company, claiming because of the implementation of their license plate reading technologies, 10,000 plus missing persons were located last year.
There's nothing I enjoy more than meeting someone like yourself, getting to know you, and then taking a few action photos of you while I drive.
Will you stop? Turn around. Watch the road.
So are those tearing down the cameras bent on privacy? Willing to commit crimes to make their statement? Likely the Republicans and Democrats are having their usual meeting over this to decide which party takes which position, to then vilify anyone taking an opposing view. Then there's the reality that all of our movements and phone calls and internet usage are being scanned constantly for marketing reasons. So what's wrong with these things aimed at actually catching bad guys? While it's ironic that the cameras in question didn't record their vandals and thieves in the act, fact, thinking outside the box. So in the name of protecting the high crime of privacy invasion, a select group of freedom fighters are vandalizing property purchased with public tax dollars, designed to both spot and deter those committing other crimes against our citizens and Constitution, like drug use, rape, murder, trafficking, and theft and vandalism.
Smile, you're on candid camera.
Here outside the box with the Ox in the Eastern Time Zone and now in West Virginia on the John Fredericks Media Network.
John Fredericks.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
When politics start getting wild.
They want to have every single thing that you don't want. Raise that. Thank you very much, and you do a great job.
Right now, download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play and get the entire Mountaineer sports world in the palm of your hand. Right now, get notified when new stories drop about your favorite Mountaineers teams and athletes. Download the WV Sports Nation app right now. Get updates on next level Mountaineers like Weatherholt and Joe Mazzulla. All that and more right in your pocket right now. Download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play. Download the app right now.
You hear a lot about weight loss injections because the results are dramatic, but injections aren't for everyone. So doctors created a new generation weight loss supplement. This is non-prescription lean, and the science behind it is impressive. The studied ingredients in lean are intended to address weight loss in 3 powerful ways: help maintain healthy blood sugar, help control appetite, and help convert fat into energy so you burn it faster.
Get 20% off with discount code Godzilla at takelean.com. Code Godzilla at takelean.com.
Found the truth still standing right. John Fredericks on the dial, cutting through the noise in style. If you want it straight, you know where to go. He rolls like thunder, head to toe. John Fredericks Radio Network. John Fredericks Radio Network. Godzilla of Truth. Hear that roar. Godzilla of Truth. John Fredericks Radio Network. He brings the facts and he brings more. Godzilla of Truth. From the back rows to the wire, he talks that hot truth fire. No polished mask, no paper crown. He tells it plain, he lays it down. If you want it straight, you know where to go. He rolls like thunder, head to toe. John Fredericks Radio Network. John Fredericks Radio Network. Godzilla of Truth. Hear that roar. Godzilla of Truth. John Fredericks Radio Network. He brings the facts and he brings more. Godzilla of Truth.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who loves the smell of napalm in the morning, John Fredericks.
So at year 1, you should have 5 separate visits for vaccines rather than giving them all in the same day. Very importantly, vaccinations for hepatitis B, COVID-19, and influenza, among others, are no longer recommended for all children. In addition, this executive order directs the Attorney General to advance legal challenges against states that violate children's rights to religious or medical vaccination exemptions for the exemptions. Effective immediately, my administration is recognizing gold standard childhood vaccine recommendations for only 11 core vaccinations against the most serious and dangerous diseases, along with the MMR, which hopefully will be split up. You have the MMR, we want it in 3 separate vaccinations given at separate times. Together, there could be a possibility they're quite lethal, and separately, it looks like they are not at all lethal, but just very effective. So the MMR, we want to have separate visits, separate times. the vaccine being broken into 3 separate single doses and vaccines being administered in separate visits. So in a nutshell, and you can see it through this, we're breaking up the vaccines and we're breaking them up into time periods. Okay, not so complicated. And we think we're going to have a tremendous result from doing that. Very simply, large amounts of vaccine, large amounts of like vats of vaccine are currently pumped into your child's body. And we're doing 20% of that at each visit.
Mr. President, you're a proud father. Would you have vaccinated your children differently based on the recommendations?
Well, I did. I took my children for 5 different vaccinations. In other words, I broke it up. The one visit where they just pump, what seemingly looks like gallons, where they pump so much in. I took all of my children from day one. I believed in this a long time ago. I took them with my wife. I took them through 5 different visits to the doctor. Essentially, they get 20% each, and I had no problem. So it's inconvenient. It's 5 stops, but it's something that I think will have a huge impact on autism.
Something happened in the mid-90s that changed our children, and it has to be an environmental exposure. Because genes don't cause epidemics. They can provide a vulnerability, but you need an environmental toxin. And what the president has charged us with is finding which one of those exposures or which collection of exposures are causing this epidemic. For decades, I fought for a simple principle. When it comes to the health of our children, government has an obligation to follow the evidence wherever it leads. Tell the American people the truth and give parents the information they need to make informed decisions for their families.
Nobody has studied it, nobody's looked at it, nobody's thought about it. The pressure from the pharmaceutical industry and from aspects of the medical industry to pump your kids full of shots days after birth with no understanding of the long-term consequences has been a medical travesty. This is an issue, Mr. President, that you have been leading on for years, and of course the man to your left has been leading on this issue for years as well, too. It's a really incredible moment to stand here today and finally see the concerns of parents around this country addressed. There's been so much heartache where parents have had healthy children with no issues. They know they've been pressured into doing things that they didn't want to do, and medical science has told them for years that their concerns are not valid.
Okay, John Fredericks Media Network. I'm your Godzilla of the Truth in America. I thought that was one of the best events the president had. I'm a big believer in what he's doing. I love the question about would you do this with your own kids, and he said he did. And nobody listening to me right now or sitting here can really believe that pumping your newborn full of vaccines that you know nothing about is a good thing. And we learned this with the COVID vaccine. These things are just nonsense. And look, Miller nailed it. This is driven by Big Pharma. They make billions and billions of dollars by convincing and scaring Americans that your child has to have all these vaccines jammed into them. Now, I'm not disputing any one of the vaccines, but I think getting all of them at the same time is crazy, especially a newborn. There's no way that I would give. We didn't do that. We got 3 kids. There's no way we did that. And, they got the vaccines over time. Joe never got the COVID. Joe wouldn't do that. And, he had a right to make his decision. He was over 16, and Ann and I got it. Everybody knows that for various reasons. Joe wouldn't get it. My other 2 did. But listen, they were adults making their own decision. But I got to tell you straight out, I thought that was one of the. I really thought that was one of the best things that the president has done. Now we're never going to get to the bottom of the vaccine, of the whole vaccine thing with COVID. I mean, President Trump what was it called? Fast track or fast something or fast and few, whatever it was. I mean, we're never going to get to the bottom of that. That was just a mess from day one. But look, I think what the president has done here makes a lot of sense for everybody. I want to thank everybody for joining us today on the John Fredericks Media Network. And thank you, Dan, for getting these clips together. I really enjoyed the way you put that together. I hope our audience did as well. We try to, in the morning, inform you, entertain you, give you truth and clarity, and tell you what's going on. And I think the president has hit a home run here. I love RFK Jr. I love what he's doing. I love the new food groups. And, one of the things he says, for the first time since we recorded this, families are buying real food at a greater clip than processed food. And this processed food stuff that we all, I'm a baby boomer. We all grew up on this stuff. And then it got worse with the X's and what came after us? X, I think, right? It got worse. And it got worse with those, and it got worse as with the millennials. But now the Zoomers were starting to understand you got to eat real healthy food. Real healthy food. Like, I don't eat fat-free anything. It's just all processed, right? It's processed. So we're looking for real food, and hopefully we're all going to feel better. But I got to tell you one thing. I'm very excited about what is going on. I'm excited about the midterms. These oil prices are going to come down. I've been saying this now for 3 months. This is all the Democrats have. All they have is the price of gas. What are they running on? Medicare for all? I thought we've already been through that. It doesn't work. You can't afford it. Child care for all, free this, free that. You got Terralico now out in Texas saying that, what did he say, was offering something else for free? I mean, this is all they know how to do now. Oh, Terralico in Texas wants to cancel all medical debt. Just cancel it. And cancel all school debt. Just cancel it. Well, who's going to pay for that? The banks? They're not going to pay for it. The medical companies will just jack your prices up. Who is going to pay for this? We got $40 trillion in debt. And if you look at what the Democrats are doing, all they're doing, folks, is running on giving stuff away for free. That's it. That's their entire platform. Gas and giving stuff for free. Free child care, all health care, Medicare for all. Cancel your debt, cancel your medical debt, cancel your student debt. That's it. And the fraud that was out there under Biden is beyond the pale. I told this story to one of my guests yesterday going through this SBA loan. And my banker telling me that, now the rules are tight. And like I had to do a pro forma. Well, I've always done that. How do you going to buy a business? I'm like, excuse me? She said, yeah, under Biden, you didn't even have to do a pro forma. If they called and said, we want this company to get the loan, they got the loan. And we're on the hook for 10% of it. No business plan, no pro forma, no revenue projecting. Like, to get a loan, you start a new business in Nashville. I mean, you got to give a pro forma. Here's my expenses. Here's the backup. Here's my expected revenue. Here's how I'm going to get it. Here's my sales plan. Here's my projection, month, quarter, year, 2 years out. They have to see that you're going to pay the loan back. Under Biden, you didn't have to do that. You just got the loan. Therefore, the default rate was over 10% because people got these loans, never intended to pay them back, and nothing happened to them. Nothing happened to them. So this country is in such dire straits right now. The fraud that goes on. You heard my guy yesterday from Michigan, right, Dan? A MedRx or something. What was that? Child RX, Kids RX, $300 million going to blue communities, no means testing. No, you just apply for it and they give you money. And he said he nailed it. He said this was a test for UBI, universal basic income. That's the next thing they're going to do, right? I think they tried that, Dan, in Sweden or Switzerland or Norway or something. It was a complete disaster. After 24 months, they had to cancel it because nobody would work. I mean, what is this? But this is all the Democrats have. Give your stuff away, get stuff for free, tax the rich. You got Al Sayed out there saying, yes, we're going to get Medicaid for all. Everybody's going to have to pay a little bit of higher tax. Just a little teeny bit. That's all, just a little itty bitty teeny bit of taxes. It's a little itty bitty bit. And then everybody gets free health care. Really? You can get every millionaire in the country and take every dime they've got and take everything they own and put them out on the street and confiscate it all, and you wouldn't have enough money for this. And we got $40 trillion in debt with no answer and nobody with the courage to do anything about it, except give away more stuff for power until the country collapses. Just a little itty bit, right? Pay your fair share. All these things that the communists say, pay your fair share. What is that? All of it? What is that, 90%? I mean, what is your fair share? Better pay your fair share. Meantime, we got the greatest economy, the underpinnings of the greatest economy in history of the Republic right now. This thing is booming. I'm telling you, you want to open up a business, now is the time to do it. This war will end, gas prices will go down. So that's why I'm so optimistic. You know, I give you the numbers yesterday. There's 18 seats in play. We got 212. We're going to get 212. There's 18 seats in play. You need 218 for control. You need 6 of them. One of them is in Virginia. 3 of them are in Pennsylvania. You win those 4, they're done. Higgins, Bresnahan, Perry, Fitzpatrick. 4, done. Have a nice day. Okay? We are going to win the midterms. These people are clowns. All right? We're running against clowns. Okay, John Fredericks Media Network. Phone lines open. Having a good time. 888-480-JOHN. Don't be shy. Give me a call.
Hey folks, Al Green here for Sat Phone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need Sat Phone. Sat phones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your Sat phone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your Sat phone. Call now.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
People are out there saying, oh, the Iranians are never going to live by it. But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not, the pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show, weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Trump 2.0 is in full effect. How do you keep up with all the action? I'll tell you. TrumpNationNews.com is your inside source for the inside scoop. Manufacturing, jobs, deportations, and the nation's rejuvenation. The first 100 days and beyond. All the news you need and no liberal gibberish. It's the perfect way to start your day. Sign up for the TNN newsletter. Do it today. TrumpNationNews.com. TrumpNationNews.com. Part of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Everybody's talking about weight loss injections because the results are so dramatic. They work by lowering blood sugar and reducing appetite. So, what if you're looking to lose weight but not interested in painful weekly injections, especially when you hear about some of those intense side effects? That's why doctors created a weight loss supplement called Lean, and the results are remarkable. The ingredients studied in Lean have been shown to lower your blood sugar, burn fat by converting it into energy, and curb your appetite and cravings, so you're not as hungry. But listen, Lean is not for the casual dieter with only a few pounds to lose. The doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition created Lean for frustrated dieters with 10 or more pounds to lose. Get started with 20% off and free rush shipping so you can add lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. Go to takelean.com and enter the code Godzilla for your discount. That's discount code Godzilla at takelean.com.
Socialism failing to work as it always does, this time in Venezuela. You talk about giving everybody something free and all of a sudden there's no food to eat. And who do you think is the richest person in Venezuela? The daughter of Hugo Chavez. Hello. Anyway, 0-2.
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
The late, great Vince Scully. What a call that was, right? Socialism doesn't work wherever it's tried, but hey, now we're going to try it again, right? 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. Hope everybody's doing good. Hey, do me a favor. Got a campaign going, running for commissioner here, and going to be representing the White House amongst some other areas. Running against, we're running against my opponent, the incumbent, Nancy. Nice lady, stands out every night and bangs pots and pans to get rid of the National Guard. When I see the National Guard, I go up to them like I did last night, coming back from dinner, and thank them for all they do. So that's kind of the difference. I just want to get rid of the rats and clean up your garbage. And my opponent wants to do ideological stuff and bang on pots. That's their that's what they do. We live in a crazy time, folks. It's absolutely insane out there, but you can help me out. Maximum donation, $25. This is about the most local race you can get. And anybody out there, you got to join your local precinct. I'm leading by example. I'm doing it. And I'm running for local commissioner and need your donations to run a campaign. I got to oust the incumbent who's banging on pots and pans saying the Guard must go. And I'm there shaking their hands and bringing them water. So I guess that can't get a bigger difference than that. They have revitalized this city. Get Tom Homan's clip here up in a moment. Just go to makedcgreat.com, makedcgreat.com, and $25 is the maximum donation there that we're going to take here. Makedcgreat.com, and thank you. I really appreciate you. Can't run these type of campaigns without you. I just don't have the time to, make 1,000 phone calls trying to get $25 a piece. But we got to do mailers and stuff. So you got to win, right? And you got to lead by example, and that's what we're doing. Well, Joe went off to his college apartment yesterday, so he was home for the summer. Last time in the summer, first time I've had home in the summer since high school, and last time, and even that, we traveled. So really to go back when he was home in the summer, probably like 12 years old. We had him the whole summer during his physical rehab for his lat, which is now, we understand, 100% healed. And he looks bigger, better, stronger, faster than ever. So we're excited about the season. But shipped him off yesterday, and that's it, right? That'll be the last summer we're with him, because next summer, again, he'll be most likely pitching in summer ball somewhere, trying to get drafted or whatever he does. And after that, if he goes to the minor leagues, that's the end of that. So we enjoyed having him home this summer. But he's 22 years old, right? He's got to go do what he has to do. He's going to have a great season. Maryland's going to be better than we expect. I'm excited about it. I'm excited about the season. The one that's really upsetting the family is the cat. The cat really, Joe's his guy. And so we just hung with him the entire summer. He just hung with him. Joe's playing a game. He's right there. Joe goes in from his room into the living room. He follows him in. Joe goes back to his room. He follows him in. Joe sits down. He sits down with him. So Joe comes home. Wherever he is, he rolls over him. He meows. Joe pets him for 15 minutes. So it's going to be tough on the cat. He rebonded with him. And so he's a little down today, waiting for Joe to come home, and he never did. So, cats are very emotional. Our cat is very emotional and very much tied to his peeps, to his family. No doubt about that. Meantime, the birds continue to mock him. Pigeons come up there, and the pigeons come up there to the window ledge where he sits, and if he's not there, they peer in, trying to where is he? Then he goes up there and he goes crazy, and then they laugh at him because they know the window's there. So The pigeons are basically mocking my cat. You know how far he's fallen. He's retired, right? He used to go out there and catch birds, bring them back, catch. My cat caught two rats here. That's the end of that. Sammy's retired. No more rat catching. Okay, 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. Before we get to our phone calls, let's get to Tom Homan here, because we're talking about Washington, D.C., and let's get that clip, Dan, here. Let me find out. It's I think it's like here it is. Let's see, Homan. Yeah. Well, you know what? I normally have these memorized, but well, I don't know where it is. Well,
cut 6.
Yeah, cut 6. Thanks, Dan.
Joining me now to discuss border czar Tom Homan. Tom, wow. I mean, D.C. lived here for on and off 30 years. And all my buddies who live inside the city are like, this is a dream. This is a dream. Like, this is the way it always should have been. And it was authoritarian?
No, you know what? Greatest president in my lifetime. And he proves it every day. I mean, promises made, promises kept. I've lived in D.C. at least 15 years, and I wouldn't walk the streets of D.C. without, a concealed weapon. But now it's a total change. D.C. is one of the safest nations in this country. Excuse me, one of the safest cities in the nation. We are the strongest nation in the world. A beacon. Our capital should be an example for the whole world, and President Trump has made Washington, D.C. an example for the whole world. I mean, over 16,000 arrests, almost 2,000 firearms taken off the street. 3 dozen murder suspects taken off the street. He's done great. I mean, the D.C.'s the safest it's ever been. Crime rate's down. Then he's done it in Memphis. I just wish Chicago would take his offer up and let the president help Chicago, because that's a shooting gallery every weekend.
Yeah, I mean, that's the bottom line. It's the safest it's ever been. It's the cleanest it's ever been. It's the most beautiful it's ever been. And I got my opponent out there banging pots and pans saying free DC, we're under military occupation. I mean, I look at these people. I'm like, what is wrong with you? Like, I'm walking back from dinner last night with Ann. It was dark because we went late. She got home late from helping Joe move in and buy stuff for his apartment. So it's about 8 o'clock. We're walking out. It's dark. When we first got there, there's no way that I would have done that. There is no way I would have done that. 3 blocks with her, no way. I would have called Lyft, stayed in the restaurant, or Uber. When Uber came, I'd have got in it, gone to 3 blocks. No way. 0 chance. Now, not a worry in the world. And we walk the second block, National Guardsman there. I mean, what is the problem? This is the way, like Homan said, this is the way every city should, this is the way the city should be. And yet my opponent is out there banging pots and pans every night from her balcony and her front door saying free DC from military occupation. I mean, you can't even have a conversation with these people. They're nuts. There's no logic. There's nothing. It's just, I don't know. It's beyond Trump derangement syndrome. It's something else. I don't know. What is that you want? Crime, squalor, and filth, and drugs, and tents? You want to go back to that? They want to go back to that. I mean, there was something about the tents, the masks, the drugs, the crime that liberals, I guess, revel in. I don't know. Live in filth, people taking a dump in the middle of the sidewalk and just leaving it there? I mean, that's what I confronted when I came here. Is that what you want? Obviously you do. It's mind-boggling to me. No jails. They want no jails, no prisons, no cops. How do you live? Why we are not going to win in a landslide is beyond me. Why we're going to get a communist mayor is beyond me. The whole thing is beyond me. I just can't figure it out. I cannot for the life of me figure out why Washingtonians that live here are not rejoicing in the beauty, cleanliness, and safety of our city. Like, what is the problem? John, Charlotte, Line 1, John, go. John, Charlotte, you're live. Line 1. Okay, no John.
Must not be there, yeah.
Okay. John in New Jersey, line 4. John, you're live.
Hey, John, how you doing, buddy?
Good.
Why they? So I'll answer it because they're ideologically blinded, and it's the Trump derangement syndrome. These people, they just hate. It's you know what it is. You remember when you were a kid, and there was that kid that ran faster than you, or that kid that was better looking than you, and you just hated him for no reason. It's almost the same thing with Trump. I mean, you look at him, he's popular, he's got a great family. So Trump is a reflection of their failures. I think that has something to do with it to a certain degree. They're so blinded with envy, hatred, and then polluted with the insanity of the fake news. I just think they just can't see beyond themselves because you're right. It makes no sense. But the reason I'm calling is everybody completely forgot Paula Copenhaver won by 3 votes in Indiana. So that means that we removed 7 out of the 8 rhinos in Indiana that voted against the redistricting. I'm hoping they're gearing up for South Carolina next. So, it kind of went out of the way for a little bit, but I just wanted to kind of update the audience that we won that recount in Indiana. I think that was phenomenal.
7 of the 8 people that we opposed that voted for non-redistricting got beat. 7 of the 8. 7 of the 8.
Yeah.
That were up. We opposed 8. 7 of them lost. Right? This is why Thune is gone. Thune is gone. Murkowski's gone. Things have changed. And John, this is worth repeating. Again, it's worth repeating. Okay? We are going to win in November, and we're going to win in 28. And the reason we're going to win, John, is because the Democrat communists, have decided that it is more important for them to take this opportunity to take over a major political party in the United States than win a couple elections. And I'm the only one saying this. They have written off, get what I'm saying? They have written off 2026. They've written it off. They know Seatt's going to lose. They know these crackpots are going to lose. They look at what we did, and we took over a party. And it's almost done. It's taken 12 years. It's almost done. When these senators go and Murkowski and Thune goes, the only one standing is Collins. It's gone. We've taken it over. That's why 28 committee man, chairman, all that stuff is going to matter because the party's going to go in a new direction. The Democrats, John, the Democrat communists want to take over the party, and they're going to sacrifice this election. None of these guys, this chick in Wisconsin, she's not going to win. She's nuts. None of these people are going to win. But they don't care because it's not about winning. It's about taking the party over. And once you grasp that, things look very different. And so that's what I'm encouraging my audience to do. They look very different. None of these people are going to win, and the communists don't care. To them, they're playing the long game. And I agree with them. I think their strategy is brilliant. They got the energy. They're going to take the party over, and they're going to control a major political party. When this thing settles, John, when the dust settles in 2032, 2032, you're going to have MAGA and you're going to have communists. And those are going to be the parties. And then the American people are going to decide what the hell they want. And without cheating, we're in the majority until we're dead. That's what's going to play out here, John. But you're right. People, they're nuts. Let's see, John, thank you. Always good to talk to you. Let's go to, it must be John Day, line 3, John in Florida. John, go.
Hey, good morning, John. I was thinking the same thing with all the Johns calling in. Hey, I have an idea that I wanted to give to you, but your phone guy said it's kind of out there. I didn't realize it. Trump with all the Elon with all this the favoritism that our government has shown him with his companies and stuff. President Trump, I think, can call him and say, Elon, I want a scorched earth massive media campaign against all these rhino Republicans, the senators, and then that'll force them to come back off their vacation. Say it's not going to stop until they come back and do their job. And I figured I'd just throw that out there and see what you think about something like that.
Well, John, I love the idea because what you said, what you opened with, is truth and clarity. Elon Musk built this company on government grants, on government favoritism, on wherever he went, wherever he opened up a plant, he negotiated the best deal with the state government. He got the EV, the electric car Tesla thing, because he got that, $7,500 rebate. I mean, I remember when my son was in Nevada, at the University of Nevada, getting his master's degree in Reno. I remember him opening a plant in Nevada for batteries or something, Tesla plant. And basically, he was negotiating one state versus the other to get the best possible deal, no taxes, money for relocation, all of that to get the jobs in Nevada. So I could go on and on and on. A lot of what he did, he built this company by partnering with the government to get favors in order to be successful. And you're right. We should call those favors in. You called in the market now. Right, John?
That's it. That's it. It's time. I mean, and I think he would. He seems like he's open to stuff like that. So I think he would. And I think it would be effective. I mean, once they start seeing, you wake up to a news cycle that Elon's launched a massive campaign and vows not to stop until they come back and do their job. I think they'd move. I think it'd get them to move pretty quickly, but who knows? They're so entrenched in their ways. Who knows what they think?
The only thing these people fear is losing their cush job. That's it. That's all they fear. They don't fear you. They don't fear their constituents. They don't fear anything. They fear one thing: getting ousted in a primary, getting ousted in an election. That's all they care about. So you threaten them electoral wise and they'll move. You'll get action because they're scared. And they're rhinos. So you're 100% right. But I understand Elon is contemplating putting a large sum of money in the midterms. I hope he does that because his ass is on the line here as well. He's got all these companies here. He's a trillionaire. I think he's the first trillionaire ever, or whatever he is. He's the richest man in the world. He needs to put money in. And, they're giving us the midterms. Take it. It's like, take it, right? You follow football, right? Somebody's giving me chunk plays. Take what the defense gives you. They're giving us the midterms. Take it. That's all I'm saying, right? You play baseball. They're giving me an extra base. I'm going to take the base. I'm going to take it. Take what they give you. The Democrats are giving us the midterms, not the Democrats, the communists. They're giving us the midterm. And see, this is the other thing. It's not in their best interest to win. If you want to take the party over, you want to continue to lose. Therefore, the party becomes weaker. They're $2 million in debt. You don't want them to get money. You don't want them to be successful. If they win, the Democratic Party is back. If they lose again, it's easier to oust who's ever there and take them over. They're giving us the midterms. Take it. If we're smart enough, but we're not. We're too stupid, as John in Florida points out. John, great idea. Great caller. Do we get John in Charlotte back, or is he gone?
He's gone.
Rob in New York. Rob, you're live. Ooh, whenever Rob comes out, we have to play a Mandami clip. Hang on, Rob, just to get you fired up here. Let's see where we got Mandami. I saw him on my rundown somewhere. Let's see. Mandami. Oh, here he is. Well, I can't find that. You know what? It's one of those days where I just can't find the clip. So the hell with it. Rob, go ahead.
morning, John.
Good morning,
John. And it's great. I get to follow all the Johns. Great points by all. Especially, but the Indiana case also is another reminder. I'm talking about where the recount worked in that woman's favor. That just goes to show when people talk about New Jersey, well, it was only 6,600 illegals that may have been, registered. We just saw a woman flip a seat by 3 votes. We've talked about this before. Florida was less than 500 in the 2000 election, which allowed GWB to win that first term.
That's right.
Every vote matters.
That's right.
Every freaking vote matters.
3 votes. We ousted another rhino with 3 votes. Isn't that great? But every vote matters. You're right.
3 votes. And here we are. And the other points that were made here is, how do I say this? I mean, it's what you're talking about. Yeah, the left is giving us the midterms.
Yeah.
But what does the GOP establishment want to do? Let's take a 6-week vacation.
Yeah, they want to.
Let's take a 6.
Both ends want to lose. This is what it's like. They're giving you the thing, and you just want to lose. You should be working every minute of every single day right now in the Senate to pass this stuff, so that you can motivate your voters. Right now, your voters are not motivated. Our voters are not motivated. We have no intensity when these guys are taking another 6-week vacation to do whack the dog under the tree. I mean, what the hell are they doing? Oh, they're going to meet with constituents. You're not going to see a single town hall from one of these clowns. Not one. So what are they doing? Demotivating our voters. They know it. They want to lose. Both ends want to lose. I mean, you got to be kidding me. This is what you're dealing with. It's incredible.
Mind-boggling.
It's mind-boggling.
And I sit here, looking at this stuff, and I'm like, you talk about Mondami, and granted, I don't live in the city, but the insanity that keeps coming out. The only interesting thing that happened is the judge in Staten Island actually blocked the rollout of his, of that tax, the pied-à-terre tax. So, but it's the tax itself. The legal challenge was not over whether the tax was legal or not. The tax probably is legal. It's the implementation. But if you slow it down, at least you got a judge on our side that plays the way the left does. Slow it down. Because if it slows it down, the implementation is delayed, which means the revenue numbers are off. And Starvis, Hochul's not going to do anything because, as you pointed out, she's his hostage. And Blakeman, who, not everybody knows about outside the New York City area, he looks like he's rising in the polls.
Blakeman has a shot.
How interesting. He definitely has a shot.
Dude,
I'm not
Blakeman's
I'm
got
not
a
going to go
shot.
out and bet.
McLaughlin told me the other day, Blakeman has a shot. He's his pollster. So it's going to be fun. All right, Johnny. Hey, we got a lot of people on hold. We got Todd Sheets coming up. We got, who's on hold here? We got, let's see. We got Jay in Rich Vegas. We got Anthony in Florida. Ooh, it's Florida Day, Johnny Day, Anthony Day, all coming up. Maybe when I get back here, I can actually find one of these clips. You, my friends, are on the John Fredericks Media Network. I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America. Go to GoDzillaWins.com. Danny boy got another 3 out of 4 last night.
Not bad.
am on a heater, dude. I've won 17 out of the last 20 MLB games. I am on a roll. Another 3 of 4 after a 4-0 Sunday. 7 of 8. I'm on a roll, baby. Go to GoDzillaWins.com. Let's talk. More winners. I'm hot.
Thomason. It was an elaborate deception, one specially designed to protect President Trump. In light of an Iranian assassination threat, the Washington Post reports a decoy aircraft was deployed to carry the president home from last month's NATO summit in Turkey. Instead of Air Force One, Mr. Trump was actually on a smaller Air Force plane. Instead of 18, the Trump administration now recommends kids be vaccinated against 11 childhood ailments, part of an executive order signed by President Trump. Also recommended the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine be administered as 3 separate shots instead of a single one. 111 and counting, the death toll from the latest earthquake to strike South America.
Search teams dug through the rubble in Cali, Colombia, after a 7.4 magnitude earthquake struck, collapsing hundreds of buildings. By Monday afternoon, people had begun reporting their loved ones missing on digital databases. One listed more than 2,000, the number steadily climbing. Barbara Mello with World Vision.
A lot of people are in need right now.
She tells Sky children are of particular concern.
We as adults don't know how to react. Imagine the children.
The desperate scenes recall the search is still ongoing in neighboring Venezuela after it was devastated by powerful back-to-back earthquakes in June that killed more than 6,300 people. I'm Ben Thomas.
Voters in 7 states casting ballots in today's primaries, one of the highest profile contests, Wisconsin. That's where a Democratic socialist, Francesca Hong, seats a Democrat nomination for governor, and she is ahead in the polls. Watching Wall Street this morning, stock futures narrowly mixed this hour. The Dow futures are down 3 points, while the Nasdaq futures are 83 points higher, and the S&P futures are up 9. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-2085. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-2085 or biglou.com.
A mining disaster in South Africa claims 14 lives.
Police in South Africa say the miners were found dead at a disused mine near the city of Rustenburg, around 80 miles northwest of Johannesburg. No more details on their circumstances have been made available. South Africa has tens of thousands of artisan miners working illegally in gold and platinum mines that are no longer being used by mining companies. The informal miners often operate without proper safety equipment. Rustenburg is a hub for platinum mining in South Africa, which has the largest platinum reserves in the world. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
Russia has attacked Ukraine with missiles, drones, and bombs, killing at least 9 civilians. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky warns that Moscow is getting military help from North Korea. Says Russian forces used North Korean ballistic missiles to attack Zaporizhia, killing 6 people there. News and analysis, townhall.com. There's some sad news out of Big Bear Lake, California.
Jackie, the bald eagle, who with her partner Shadow became an internet sensation, has died. For more than a decade, nature lovers watched Jackie tend to her nest in California's San Bernardino Mountains through a camera installed by the nonprofit Friends of the Big Bear Valley back in 2015. The bird was rescued after reports she'd been injured in a fight with other eagles and had been receiving treatment for anemia and other ailments at the Ojai Raptor Center. But her condition worsened, and the center announced the eagle's death on Monday. I'm Jennifer King.
A yacht owned by Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg did not respond immediately to a call for help from a skiff that ran out of fuel off the coast of Alaska. A Meta spokesman explains the crew did not immediately hear the radio call for help, and by the time it did hear that call, another nearby vessel had already rendered assistance to the skiff. More on these stories, townhall.com.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep
almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98, queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Pierce 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus, free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
Everybody's talking about weight loss injections because the results are so dramatic. They work by lowering blood sugar and reducing appetite. So, what if you're looking to lose weight but not interested in painful weekly injections, especially when you hear about some of those intense side effects? That's why doctors created a weight loss supplement called Lean, and the results are remarkable. The ingredients studied in Lean have been shown to lower your blood sugar, burn fat by converting it into energy, and curb your appetite and cravings, so you're not as hungry. But listen, Lean is not for the casual dieter with only a few pounds to lose. The doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition created Lean for frustrated dieters with 10 or more pounds to lose. Get started with 20% off and free rush shipping so you can add Lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. Go to takelean.com and enter the code Godzilla for your discount. That's discount code Godzilla at takelean.com. Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Trouble getting to sleep and staying asleep is infuriating. Your mind races, you toss and turn. Nutrition company Healthy Cell created REM sleep to help you quickly fall asleep, stay asleep, and sleep deep. Unlike other supplements that don't work, REM sleep is not a pill. It's a gel you swallow with ultra-absorption of science-backed ingredients supporting all 4 stages of sleep. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order. Risk-free. Love it or your money back. Guaranteed. Healthycell.com. Code Godzilla.
Ponder this. How many times have you heard that freedom means doing whatever you want as long as we don't hurt anyone else? On its face, this sounds pretty reasonable. But when you think about it, everything you do has an impact on someone or something. Let's say we overindulge in drinking. The immediate impact may be that we cannot get to work on time the next morning or even at all. Let's say we eat whatever we want, whenever we want. When health problems ensue later in life, your family, your friends, and your community may be impacted. For every action, there is a reaction, and this is Newton's law of physics. But it applies to our spiritual life as well. Being truly free means doing God's will in every decision that we make. This means we must know God's will by following His commandments and talking with Him in our daily life. Pray, trust, and persevere in following God's will for you every day. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who once told Don Corleone, thanks, but no thanks, John Fredericks.
Okay, great to have you back. We got Todd Sheets. We got phone calls. We're going to bring Todd in. He loves taking your calls. Todd Sheets, my economic guru, has got a new book out. We're excited about that. But you're on the John Fredericks Media Network, and I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables, coming to you live from the cleanest, most beautiful, most safest city in America, Washington, D.C. Thanks for being with us. As always, it's great to have you right here with me. And this segment is brought to you by my good friend Glenn Story and Scott Colburn at Patriot Mobile. Why do I love them? Because I run my company. I got 3 phones. 1, 2, 3. The other one's over there. I got 3 phones. I got 3 pens. Obama had 1 phone and 1 pen. I got 3 phones and 3 pens. Therefore, I can do a lot more. That's how I run my company. But I can't afford 3. Who's got money for this, right? This is a media company. So in order to do this, I got to get a Patriot Mobile. So I save money. I get better coverage. I get better service. $59 a pop. Everything is unlimited. Service is great. Why would I pay more when I could? And besides that, I get a BOGO. You guys know what a BOGO is? Buy one, get one. You say, what? I buy one phone and get one? No. Nobody needs 3 phones but me, I think. But you get 2 services for the price of 1. I picked AT&T and Verizon. They're on the same tower. So when I got 5 bars in ATT, boom, I'm good. I go to Maryland, then ATT 2 bars, Verizon 5 automatically flips over. Brilliant, as they say. Plus, no activation fee. Plus, you get a free month. Biggest no-brainer in the history of man. All you got to do is go to patriotmobile.com, patriotmobile.com, promo code Godzilla, get you everything I said. Gets it all. 1 promo code. I'm here to make your life easier and save you money. This is my affordability plan, Patriot Mobile. Just go there. Plus, the service is phenomenal, unbelievable. Or you can call them and check it out, 972-PATRIOT, 972-PATRIOT, promo code Godzilla. And I tell you what, if you go on Godzilla Wins, I got the over-under on how many rings before they answer. The over-under is 3. Bet the under. Just saying. Bet the under. They answer the phone in 3 rings. Guess what else? They speak English. Unbelievable. Not India. No, they speak English. Great company, great people. And a portion of whatever they do, guess where it goes? Christian conservative companies. Just a great group of people. Go to patriotmobile.com, promo code Godzilla, or give them a call, 972-PATRIOT, 972-PATRIOT. Join me now, Todd Sheets. Todd, good to see you, Todd.
John, it's great to be back with you.
Hope you enjoyed your vacation.
I did. I'm a little bit jet lagged, but I enjoyed it a great deal. So thank you.
You look good. You look like you lost some weight.
About the same, actually.
Yeah, well, you look good for your age. Not that I know how old
you
you
have to throw the qualifier in.
Figured I'd throw that qualifier in. That's what people always say to me. Hey, you look great for your age.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I tell you what, Todd. Just like we like roping you and Elaine into the culture wars, I'm going to rope you into callers because I know you like that too. Todd loves to take your calls. Let's get to a couple callers here. We've got what? Who do we got? We got Jay and
just Anthony in Florida on the line there.
Okay, Jay's gone. Anthony, hey guys, if you call in, you gotta, it's not instant, right? You got to stay on hold. I mean, you got to give me some time here, right? We lost 2 calls today because why? You expect me to take your call instantly? What is this, Patriot Mobile? Let's go to line 3, Anthony in Florida. You're on with John and Todd. Anthony, go.
Good morning, gentlemen. I'll get right to it, John. Like I said, I was at a round table for the youth. I'm very political. And I took a pasting from the youth, from the young conservatives. And I'm going to, like I said, you guys might not like it, but hey, that's too bad. I got to tell you what the issues and the things that they're upset about, the things that they don't like, and the things that they want. Like I said, number 1, they can't stand Israel. Number 2, they can't stand the fact that mass arrests and deportations aren't happening. Number 3, they don't like the AI and the data centers, and they don't. And number 4, the other thing is the Republicans. I hear you saying the Democrats are going to just hand things away. I got a prediction. I think we're just going to get shut out because the youth, they don't care. You say, oh, the socialists, they don't care. They're tired of looking at old, retired Republicans that do nothing. They're absolutely fed up. So, and unfortunately, you say, well, Trump's not on the ballot. He's not, but he is. And this is how they look at it. No matter how much I tried to tell them, like your talking points, like, hey, look at what he's done. Look at all the things that he's done. And one of them told me, he says, hey, if I do something good, you hire me for a job, and I do something good throughout, and then I do something bad, and somebody gets hurt, are you going to keep me on, or are you going to fire me? And I'm like, depending on what it is, I might fire you because I am an independent businessman. They're like, okay, he's done some good things, but so far he's letting us down. And all I could do is just sit there like an idiot. And I'm defending all of this. So I'm telling you, look, I do not think we are going to. You're optimistic. God bless you. But my prediction is the Republicans, they're going to get shellacked in the House. You might lose it all just because the No Save American Act. What have they done? Okay, the Democrats are this. What is our side doing? What are you offering us? What are you offering the people? I don't see it. So I take an opposite view. I think the GOP is going to get trashed because the public is the base of looked down at, called little or whatever. We're sick of it. They're sick of it. The youth is sick of it. Sorry, that's my opposing view. I know people don't want to hear it. I know I trashed some of your sacred cows, but, I took an oath to defend the station, and my generation, my family, has protected the station for 2-3 generations. Now, no generation of my family wants to even so much as go near the military. What do you say? What do you tell them? They're suffering. They don't have. They're looking at what's going on. They're looking at everything. And this is what we're stuck with. This is where we are. This is the reality of it. So, polls and all sorts of stuff on the ground, bro, I'm telling you, it's not good. That's my rant.
Well, thank you for sharing that perspective. And thank you for defending the president to that group, because he has done a lot of good things. And notwithstanding the frustration that all of us have about the things that you mentioned, no doubt, like more deportations, no arrests for any of the corruption that's gone on. I mean, we see it every day, understand that. Epstein files, never really got to the bottom of that, understand that. War in Iran, understand the consternation there. These are all things that, have people concerned. Gas prices are too high, which is affecting affordability. These are all things in the negative column for us going into the midterms and for President Trump, no doubt about it. But I do thank you for defending him because I think at the end of the day, if you do a balance sheet, I think it's about 80-20, but we do have a different perspective on that. But look, my perspective is immaterial. If young people are going to stay home or they're going to vote for the communists, then my perspective is moot, really. Todd, you want to weigh in here?
Yeah, look, Anthony, I think these are great points. I think that they're very real. I think you're absolutely right. The party does need to deal with these issues. We also need to recognize this is a very challenging issue, I think at least for two reasons. In part, what this reflects is the miseducation of our youth over the last 40 to 50 years. And they have come up in an educational system that is monopolized by the Democratic Party, more or less, and especially the far left wing of that, starting at the university level and then trickling on down. And what they've been teaching people throughout that period of time is that any and all failures are failures of the capitalist system and reasons to overthrow that system and turn it into a socialist system. And so kids have been brought up. And so what we get is like, you get the Biden inflation. That's where the affordability problem really started. So that would be something I would try and point out to these kids. And I know it's hard because in many cases, they don't even want to listen. They've had this alternative narrative drilled into their heads so long. But if we go back and look at when these affordability issues really became big, it was after Biden came in, when the government engaged in significant deficit spending to try and juice the economy. And all we got, instead of an invigorated economy, was the highest inflation we've had since the 1970s because the Fed had to print all that money to help fund it. And so we've got to say, where do these problems start? And then is the solution to go back in the direction of the things that have caused these problems? Or is it to move towards what has worked in the past, even though it's outside the memory of these children And unfortunately, because they've been caught up in an educational system, it's outside the historical teachings of what they've learned. And we know free market capitalism works. It worked under Reagan throughout the 80s and the 90s as he pulled us out of the problems that the LBJ and the socialists created back in the 60s. And it worked for 130 years before we got into the Depression. And so part of what we've got to do is re-educate these kids that going back in the direction of what created these problems in the first place is only going to compound them and make them continually worse. We've got to go back to the things that have worked every time they've been tried.
I mean, I think, Todd, you pretty much answered Anthony's, rant here. I mean, and I get Anthony, the negativity out there. I mean, we're not dumb, right? We see it every day. But I think what I'm hoping is as things get closer, people understand where we're at, where we've been. I mean, I think the inflation thing and the affordability thing is, it drives us, those that understand how this happened, it drives me and Todd bananas because this was all driven by Joe Biden printing that additional $2 trillion and just flooding the country with cash that 90% of it, or not 90, but a big percent of it was taken in fraud, but yet all this money backed by nothing, and it spiked prices. And now you can't get that down in a year. I mean, you just can't do it. You would have to spike interest rates to 18% the way Paul Volcker did under Reagan. Nobody has the guts for that now. That's not going to happen. So you got to wring it out over a decade, but it's not fast enough. Todd.
Yeah, right. I mean, once the inflation happens, prices don't go back down. So let's just say, let's say something costs $100 a month before this happens. And then this inflation comes along and it kicks it up to $150 a month. The way it works, unless we have deflation, it doesn't go back down towards the 150. It keeps growing. What we hope will happen is that it starts growing at a slower pace than it was growing when the problem got so severe. And then we can jumpstart the economy so that incomes can catch up with what happened to prices. Exactly. So let's take that same example. Let's say you're barely making ends meet. You make 100 and you spend 100. Biden comes in and he's going to jumpstart everything. And all of a sudden, the costs go to 150, but the economy doesn't get jump-started, so you're still making $100 a month. Well, the costs aren't going to come back down to 100. They're going to keep going up at smaller rate. What you've got to do is jump-start the economy and get the incomes to grow up so that they get back to 150, 160, 170 a month, and then people can afford it. That takes time for that to happen, and the only way that it's possible for that to happen is to unleash the private sector economy and get growth going again. All of the policies of the socialists are going to only compound the two issues that we just talked about. One, they're going to create even more deficit spending for things that we can't afford, which will lead to more monetizing from the Fed and increasing the rate of inflation. And then those policies where you attack the rich and you take money away and you take the private sector, you take over the ownership of companies and that kind of thing, that tanks the economy. And then you never get the economic growth that helps incomes grow back into that. So we've been here before. We were here in the 80s coming out of these similar problems in the 70s. We've got to follow a similar playbook. Unfortunately, it takes time for that to work, and that's part of what we're dealing with right now.
And of course, the Democrats' plan is just to give everything away for free, right? I mean, every day I get up, there's another thing they're giving away for free, and that's how they're going to make affordability. They're just going to give things away until the country finally collapses, and then they can say, see, it doesn't work. Capitalism doesn't work. I mean, this is what you're faced with. Let's get to cut 7. Here's this crackpot Tallarico. I don't even know what this guy is. He's some kind of low T, they call him, or so. I don't know what the hell the deal is. He doesn't eat meat, or he's binary. I don't know what the hell he is. But here he is saying that it's time to cancel all medical debt. Cut 7. Roll it. Another giveaway by the Democrats.
Working Texans are drowning, and they're drowning in debt. Household debt reached an all-time high in the first quarter of this year. It is time to cancel medical debt and stop hospitals and insurance companies from overcharging patients.
See, this is their mantra, right? Blame the companies and cancel the debt. So his policy is if you have a medical debt, you just cancel it. He also came out for eliminating college debt. So if you have student loans out, he wants to cancel those. Who pays for that? You can't just cancel a debt and nothing happens, like you wave a magic wand, but this is what they're selling and they're getting standing ovations. It's nuts.
Yeah. So, I mean, who pays for it is the people who are working, making money, who are paying the taxes into the system that fund the cost of retiring these debts. And you're just shifting the burden, to those people. And in the educational system, this is a perfect example of, the compounding effects of these systems that fail. And then you bail them out, by wiping out all the college debt and making college free. Part of the problem we have is that these kids have been going to college. When I was a kid, John, when you were a kid, college was so cheap, you could study almost anything and you could walk away and you were going to be fine. You were going to get a job that could pay for the college degree. That's not the case anymore by a long shot. And unfortunately, the quality of the education has gone down while the cost has gone up astronomically. And as a result of that, we have an educational system that's not working. And again, their approach to it, instead of forcing it to reconcile itself and become something that is actually serving the customers that they're supposed to be working for, which are these kids who are trying to get an education that will pay for itself in the incomes that the kids can generate once they leave. The solution is to bail it out and make it free so that everybody is going to be buying a free education for everybody, because everybody's going to go to college under that model. These are the things that are going to make the problems worse. These are going to increase the deficits. When the deficits get increased, we're getting to the point where it's harder and harder to borrow more. You print the money, you get more inflation. That pushes the costs out, and that's where these affordability problems come from. So if you want to know how we got into this situation in the first place, this is it. You keep promising things for free. Nothing is free. It has to be paid for somewhere. And the more you tax and borrow and print money to fund these things, the more inflation you create and the less economic growth you create, and the more the system becomes burdened down. This is what's been happening for the last 25, 26 years in this country. And that's why we need to go in another direction so much.
Todd, explain the jobs report that came out last Friday, where we actually lost 21,000 jobs. But then the White House came out and said, well, we actually gained private sector jobs, but we lost 53,000 public sector jobs, which we're shedding. Explain that phenomenon.
Yeah, so there's a couple of things going on out there. We are seeing growth in the private sector. I think a significant portion of those public sector jobs, those are teachers' jobs where the educational system got a boatload of money during COVID to try and deal with it. Many of the systems around the country, there's been an analysis recently of the LA, Los Angeles school district. They took that money to significantly expand the system. There's more overhead, there's more administrators, there's more teachers, even though the number of students in the system is declining because people are fleeing the disastrous results of all of this. And so now, they're being forced to come to grips with what's happening as their enrollments are declining. And some of what was supposed to be this temporary COVID stimulus money is going away, and they've got to start laying off these teachers who've been failing their students and who, were supposed to be a temporary hire in the first place and that kind of thing. So that's a big part of what we're seeing in the jobs numbers. We've seen the GDP number was a little bit lower than what we were hoping for also. There's some accounting kind of misleading factors in some of the accounting there. The demand levels are actually very high. Part of the reason GDP came in lower was because we're importing a lot of materials like chips and those kinds of things to fund the AI build out. And the way the accounting works and the estimates work, that weighs against it. The way the economy is actually doing better than the numbers are indicating is you're seeing it in corporate earnings. And so the corporate earnings have been very powerful all through the system, not just the AI companies. There's also consumer-based companies like Disney and entertainment companies that are doing really well. So the economy is very strong. We'd like to see more job growth. And unfortunately, that is taking time for that to unfold. It looked like it was starting to happen a couple months ago. Now it looks like it's not quite as strong again. That's one of those things that's going to just take a little time for that to kick in.
Give me your take on the midterms, Todd Sheets.
I think it's a tougher call than what a couple months ago, like we thought it was. When we were starting to see these 180,000 jobs a month kind of numbers and this building scenario, that created an expectation that this was going to be stronger. So I think it is going to be a tough call. I think the best thing we have going for us is what the Democrats are doing to themselves with these socialist candidates. I do not think they are going to sell at the broad retail level the way they are selling within the frustrated, far left-driven Democratic, situations that they're being successful in right now.
We're going to see
I'm still optimistic.
We're going to see a complete crackpot win the Wisconsin Democratic primary tonight for governor. A governorship they were sure to win, they're now going to be sure to lose. But they're taking the Democratic Party over, which has been my point all week. They're gonna forego 26, they're gonna forego 28, and the communists are going to take over a major party in this country, and everybody's going to be standing around wondering what happened. These people are playing the long game, and they're handing us a victory. Just friggin' take it. Take it. Todd, thanks for being with us. You got a new workout. What is it?
No, I've got, I'm just staying with the Substack. I am going to probably get started writing a book here in the near future, a new one. But that's probably a year and a half away before that'll be out there. So,
all right, Todd Sheets, Substack, always free. Like me, always free. That's why I love Todd. He's here for you. He's a giver. Just go to Substack, Todd Sheets. 2 E's, TS, not like the coffee thing, Sheets. I'm a Wawa guy. Just saying. I don't do shit. I do Wawa. Sorry. Todd Sheets, Substack. We're going to be right back with your calls, 888-480-JOHN.
Phone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your sat phone. Call now.
Everybody's talking about weight loss injections because the results are so dramatic. They work by lowering blood sugar and reducing appetite. So, what if you're looking to lose weight but not interested in painful weekly injections, especially when you hear about some of those intense side effects? That's why doctors created a weight loss supplement called Lean, and the results are remarkable. The ingredients studied in Lean have been shown to lower your blood sugar, burn fat by converting it into energy, and curb your appetite and cravings, so you're not as hungry. But listen, Lean is not for the casual dieter with only a few pounds to lose. The doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition created Lean for frustrated dieters with 10 or more pounds to lose. Get started with 20% off and free rush shipping so you can add Lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. Go to TakeLean.com and enter the code Godzilla for your discount. That's discount code Godzilla at TakeLean.com.
My Pillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium My Pillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got my pillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98, queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Luxpier's 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus, free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
Money for the ballroom comes up for a vote. You're in Congress. Yay or nay?
Right now, I don't feel it's a priority, but the president, I mean, I think we could get a lot of
You
use
gotta
out of it.
vote. There's two cards, red, green. I mean, there's only
Listen,
two
I
cards.
bleed red.
Are you going to vote yes or no for the ballroom? It's a simple question. Ola.
I don't think it'll ever hit the floor or hit a.
Well,
There are other
what's your
things that are
political answer?
priority before the ballroom.
So you're not going to answer the question. I mean, here's the problem. You're running for Congress. People want truth and clarity. I've given you two questions. You hedged on them.
I don't think that the ballroom is a priority.
So you'd vote no.
See, this is the thing. I don't think it's a priority, but I will never go against the president. You can't.
Don't touch that dial. You've found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Back, and we're rocking and rolling. This segment, I love this particular segment at 7:30. It's always one of my favorites. We got Trent England coming up momentarily, but this segment brought to you by the Reform Action Fund and the Safer Supervision Act. Go to safersupervision.com, safersupervision.com. You know that I've been an advocate of the Safer Supervision Act for some time. I really believe in it. I was a big believer in the First Step Act. Their recidivism in this country, I go back to my times with Bobby Scott back when he was allowed to come on my show. Now they don't let him on anymore because then Blue Virginia skewers him. But, you know, Bobby and I, good friends, great guy. We don't agree on everything, but heart's in the right place. And so Bobby and I used to talk about, you know, our recidivism, the number of people that end up back in jail, to prison, the school to prison pipeline. And one thing that the Reform Act does, it addresses that. Once you get out of prison, you're let out by the judge or the parole board, and you put on supervision. You have a parole officer that monitors what you do. Right now, we don't have enough parole officers. There's about they each have about 100 clients. They should have 50. And so what the Safer Supervision Act does, and we passed it in a bunch of states, like 27 states. Now we're trying to get it passed federally. It's very simple. It has nothing to do with, you know, crime or letting people out. They're already out. Somebody let them out. Now they're on supervision. And the parole officer determines they don't have to be that on supervision because they've done all the right things. They have a job. They're taking care of their family. They're paying taxes. You want to assimilate them back into society. And so our act, our legislation simply allows for the parole officer to make a recommendation to the judge that the supervision be lifted. And the judge reviews it and signs it, and then no more supervision. And the person goes back to what he's doing. And then the parole officer has more time to focus on those that need to be supervised because they're not doing the right things. Drugs, alcohol, whatever. It just makes sense. You know, if you're doing the right thing, let's go. Get on with your life. And we got states that won't pass it because we have conservatives that say it's soft on crime. It has nothing to do with crime. Nothing. Zero. It's just nonsense. And that's why I'm for passage. It's in markup in the Senate. We need to get behind this thing, and I need your help. For more information, go to safersupervisionact.com, safersupervisionact.com. This message has been paid for by the Reform Action Fund, and we appreciate all they do. Okay, let's get, we have any more phone calls? We good? We got Trent England coming up. Me and Trent are going to have a debate on ranked choice voting in primaries. So I'm looking forward to that. But first, let's get to cut one. Here's the CNN panel skewering this Francisca Hong, who is going to win the Democrat primary for Wisconsin governor today. Skewing her because this lady, of all of them we've seen, is absolutely bat crap crazy. And Tom Tiffany is going to be the next governor of Wisconsin when she wins tonight. There's no way they're going to elect this lady governor. I mean, but again, the Democrats don't care. They're trying to take the party over. So take this the way I see it. Let's go to one. Even CNN is like, you got to be kidding me. Roll it.
And we forget is what AOC is saying. However, there are people like Francesca Hong who adapted to a lot of that rhetoric and fully believe it. And she's leading a campaign with that as her values. I think Francesca Hong is a deeply unserious person. I think we've all but lost Wisconsin if she wins this primary over David Crowley. I sincerely hope people in Wisconsin choose differently. But
I don't, to be clear. I vote for her tomorrow.
But she is a reflection of the way we're laughing now, but this is the way a lot of people were talking. White women were apologizing to me about their own whiteness. And so Francesca Hong saying her proximity to whiteness and her biracial son makes her uncomfortable. Quite frankly, if we take that and put it in 2019, it all kind of gels and fits together.
Which is why it's just so ironic to hear AOC talk about woke 1.0 as if, number one, she wasn't a part of it when she obviously was, and she's trying to rewrite history. But woke 2.0 is just as bad. They've maybe adapted some of the language that they use, and they've adopted some of the really easy strategic media moves to say, well, no, I've evolved from that position. The question then becomes, for anyone who says woke 1.0 was crazy, okay, tell us what specifically. Tell us what positions were too far to one side. Was it the defunding the police? Because you'll still get the same answer out of a lot of these folks. They'll just give it in a slightly different way, but their end result is exactly the same.
Well, this is the thing, right? I actually give Francesca Hong a little bit of credit. I mean, unlike AOC, she's moderated her position on Thanksgiving. She's really come around and sort of embraced the middle of the road perspective that Thanksgiving is good and delicious. But to AOC, I would ask the question, if woke 1 was crazy, well, which priors did you hold during woke 1 that you no longer subscribe to? Do you believe that children should not be able to have sex change operations anymore? Do you believe that biological men should not be able to participate in women's sports? Do you disavow defunding the police, not prosecuting repeat offenders, the border policies of the first Biden administration? These are all very good questions because haven't heard her change her mind on much of anything from woke 1.
So this is the culture war trap that Democrats are going to fall into.
What did I tell you earlier? Right? They've written off 26 and they've written off 28. They're taking the party over. Just get this. She is going to win. Hong is going to win, and Tiffany is going to beat her by 7 points. And that's good news for Derek Van Orden. That seat was in play. They're going to lose that seat now. Van Orden's going to get reelected. This is what, but it's not what the Democrats are doing. The communists want to take the party over, so they're going to burn the house down. In order to take the party over, the Democrats have to lose. This is why we're going to win. Okay, let's get to cut 2. Here's Jesse Arnn saying that a lot of Michigan Democrats are going to vote for Rogers over the jihadist, Marxist, Islamist. Roll it. 2.
Jews in Israel was just excised from the GOP. Meanwhile, what do you have in the Democratic Party? You do have people like Abdul El-Said, who, when he was asked about Islamist terror massacre that nearly unfolded in my hometown at a synagogue just down the street from where I grew up, his response was to tell his campaign that it was a risk for him to offer any condemnation whatsoever, and that it was really just the result of hurt people who hurt people, because Israel had done something in the Middle East, thousands of miles away, to this guy's family or something. That is absurd. That is offensive. And I can tell you personally that I know hundreds of Democrats in the Metro Detroit area who have never voted for a Republican in their life, who will this November, because Abdul al-Sayed is an Islamist sympathetic, communist adjacent, hardline extremist radical, and there's no place for him in American public life, and a lot of Democrats believe so as well. A lot of Haley Stevens voters believe so as well.
Words like adjacent and sympathizer are doing a lot of work there to try to smear a candidate with beliefs that he does not actually hold.
I am smearing.
Oh, come on. Look, Saeed's done, Hong's done, they're all done, right? But their goal is to take the party over. So if you understand what they're trying to do, it all makes sense. All right. Okay, let's get to Trent England. Trent, founder, Save Our States. Trent, thanks for joining us.
Glad to be here, John. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I'm a supporter of ranked choice voting in Republican primaries. I won my election here in D.C. I'm the only elected Republican. Ranked choice voting, it is what it is. You got to deal with it. But the reason I'm for it in Republican primaries is because it doesn't make sense to beat each other up and then you have a tarnished candidate. I saw ranked choice voting elect Glenn Youngkin governor. No ranked choice voting. Pete Snyder drops $30 million in negative ads on him. McAuliffe wins. I saw ranked choice voting in Republican primary would have been successful in 2022 with Oz and McCormick. McCormick spends $40 million trashing Oz in a primary at the direction of Jeff Rowe. Oz never recovered. We won by 900 votes and then got beat by Fetterman because we never recovered. I can go on and on and on and on about the number of times that Republicans have spent bukus of money beating each other up. Where if you had ranked choice voting in primaries, not the general, you said, let me finish. You can't do that because you got to get the second place vote. So you can't do it. And so you don't get that. And so Republicans are better off at the end of the day. Go ahead. I'll let you rebut it.
Well, it's not actually the way it works out with ranked choice voting. And there is some analysis of this. As they say, the plural of anecdote is not data. When MIT looked at ranked choice voting being implemented in Maine, they found that, and this is the promise, right? This is what ranked choice voting advocates tell us, is that everybody's going to be nicer to each other because they want those second place votes. What they found was that negative advertising went up, negative spending went up. It may change some of how that negative activity happens, right? But if you push it to outside groups, you push it to independent expenditures, you still have a lot of negativity going on in those campaigns. We saw that in the Democrat primary in New York City, where they used ranked choice voting and it selected Mamdani. So,
Well, Mamdani won in the first ballot. Ranked choice voting has nothing to do with
But Glenn Youngkin won on the first ballot, right? So Glenn Youngkin won without regard to ranked choice voting. He won on the first ballot, the second ballot. Every time they counted that primary.
No, he didn't win on the first ballot. I was there in the counting room. Don't give me false facts. I was there in the counting room. He didn't win on the first ballot.
Glenn Youngkin was ahead on every ballot. People should go to Ballotpedia. People should go to Ballotpedia and look at the results in that race.
I'm just making this up, dude. I was in the counting room. Don't give me false information. I was in the counting room.
On my computer. Glenn Youngkin was ahead in every single round, John. He was never behind.
He was ahead, but he didn't. He won on the second place votes. Just because you're ahead doesn't mean anything. He won on the second place votes, and there's no way
he would have.
Neither would have spent $30 million in negative ads, or Youngkin would have. Either one of them would have been tarnished. So that's just false facts. But go ahead.
No, that's not true. He would have, if it was a regular election and they just counted the first round, he won the first round. He won every single time, right? He was ahead every single time through that election. Glenn Youngkin would have won no matter what, right? He would have won the primary no matter what. And you can give a counterfactual.
We're not talking about the primary, dude. What we're talking about is because of ranked choice voting, Snyder or Youngkin, neither of them spent money on negative ads on the other guy. Therefore, whoever one that came out was in a position to beat McAuliffe. If you go to Pennsylvania, McCormick spent $40 million trashing Oz. And look, I'm a McCormick guy. He spent $40 million trashing Oz. Oz never recovered from that. Therefore, gets beat by Fetterman. I go on example after example. If you go to Texas, ranked choice voting, Paxton wins, doesn't have to have a runoff. I can go on and on and on.
I mean, those are all counterfactuals, right? You can't, I can't prove, because you can't prove, nobody can prove what would have happened if you had slightly different rules. what we can say is that when academics have looked at this and analyzed ranked choice voting, they say actually the campaigns on average get nastier with ranked choice voting. Maybe some of that comes from independent expenditures, it comes from outside surrogates. But the idea that suddenly politics is becoming better when you have ranked choice voting, it just hasn't borne itself out. And the problem that I have, right, is that ranked choice voting is used almost nowhere, right? So it's easy. You can point to any election in the country basically and say, look how nasty that election was. They didn't have ranked choice voting. When they tried ranked choice voting in Utah, they had a big pilot program. They tried it in a couple of dozen cities. They let the whole thing phase out, right? They ended it. They got rid of it in all those cities because it doesn't fundamentally change what's going on in politics. People still ultimately, you have a winner. The winner wants to win. The winner's going to do what the winner thinks that he or she has to do to win. And if that's negative advertising, they're going to find some way to do it. Ranked choice voting just didn't change that. What it did do was make the whole process a lot more complicated and slower and less transparent. It has all these downsides. And you just don't really get the upsides with ranked choice voting. And we've seen the left use it to select candidates like Mamdani, the mayor of Oakland, California, who had to be recalled, was selected by ranked choice voting. So, I mean, I can pluck out my anecdotes too about just terrible outcomes from ranked choice voting. Another race out in California where they had a failed winner because they set the computers wrong, and it's so non-transparent. They said, well, we think this guy won. They swore him into office, and then they realized a couple months later, no, the computer was slightly off because of ranked choice voting. We didn't know, but it should be this other person who won. So there's a lot of risks with ranked choice voting. And I think if we did use it widely, we would discover it just doesn't produce these gains that I would love. I mean, if what you were saying, if I thought it was true that we would have, campaigns where people were following Reagan's 11th commandment and not attacking other conservative candidates, I think that would be great. I just don't think you get there with ranked choice voting.
That's a fair argument. I want to try something because having lived through a couple of these campaigns and seeing the negativity that went on, and also the money that was wasted. I mean, if you look at the Texas Senate race, right? Look at the money that was spent by Paxton and Cornyn in the second round that went on for like 10 weeks. If you have ranked choice voting in Texas, Paxton, who wins on the first ballot, done. He's a Senate nominee. Now you save $100 million that you could have spent trying to trounce Tara-Lico. Now, for the record, Trent, I am 100% opposed to ranked choice voting in general elections 100% of the time. But I think in a primary, I believe that the party should have that as an option if they believe that is in their best interest in nominating a candidate. Now, we have it here in Washington, D.C. in the general. It's horrible. I mean, you can't figure, it's too confusing. But in a primary, it's a little bit different. So, you have to get 50% plus one. You can't have a runoff here, but you got to build a coalition, and you can't attack each other because you're not going to get the second place votes. I mean, that's my position on it, and but I get your argument as well.
Yeah, and I think it is interesting as you watch different experiments with ranked choice voting around the country and other attempts at, there's other alternative voting ideas that are out there. Approval voting, star voting, there's all kinds of ideas that sort of rattle around in the, mostly kind of left-wing election reform circles. And, it's interesting to watch the experiments with these things and see how it all really works because, we do want to find ways to structure our politics, whether that's through structuring elections different or something else, where the incentives I think are a little better. So, point well taken about Texas. I mean, we've focused a lot on Michigan, Wisconsin, the problems the other side has, but I think Republicans are going to have to spend a lot of resources now in Texas, where that shouldn't be the case because there's been this brutal primary fight. I don't think ranked choice voting would fix that, but I certainly share your concern about that. I think it's going to be a real problem this fall.
Well, listen, it's hurting us in Texas. It's hurting us in a lot of areas. I just think that it's an option we ought to be able to utilize as Republicans if we think it makes sense. And I think Texas is an example of that. The second round wouldn't have existed. The other argument against it in Republican primaries, which, it sets it up for the rhino. No, it doesn't. It did. But see, now any primary we got 4 MAGA candidates and 1 rhino. So ranked choice voting in Republican primary, you're never going to get another rhino nominated, ever. Zero chance.
Well, I mean, you make a good point, though, that's implicit in the way you set that up, which is the outcome in ranked choice voting really depends on the mix of candidates that you get. So it can help a moderate, it can help a MAGA candidate, it can help
it can
whatever
help a moderate,
flavor.
only if there's more moderates in the race. I mean, that's the only way it helps. When you got 5, when you've got 5 candidates and 4 of them are MAGA, and you got 1 moderate, you're going to win 100% of the time. You'll never nominate another rhino ever. Zero chance, because the math doesn't work.
Here's where
get the second place votes.
Here's where that doesn't work out, though. I mean, if those MAGA candidates are at each other, hammer and tongs, which
they can't be hammering each other because they got to get the second place vote. You just made my argument.
But your argument is that they should, not that they
my
can.
Argument for me. You just made my argument.
But look, what we've seen in Alaska is maybe they
now
shouldn't.
you're going to bring up Alaska. Here we go again.
But look, maybe they should.
Guys
But
always
they do.
default
They
to
can't
Alaska.
still go after each other. Like, I mean, look, if Paxton and Cornyn wanted a Republican to win the race, right? I mean, they wouldn't have got it. You could say, look, the incentive there was do what you need to do to win, but don't spend all this money. Don't go after each other. Like, I mean, in the way the race was structured now. What we've seen is in actual real world politics, right? Not in imaginary world politics, candidates still go after each other like crazy. They have surrogates who say terrible things about the other candidate. I mean, we're never going to take the politics out of politics, whether it's ranked choice voting or something else. It's always going to be political. It's always going to sometimes get nasty. And with ranked choice voting, I mean, if you happen to have some moderate candidates in there,
let's go back to
Alaska.
Back to Alaska, because every single time I debate ranked choice voting, it always gets back to Alaska, right?
Which we should be clear wasn't in the primary.
Because that's the only argument you guys got is Alaska. So let's get to Alaska, okay? Let's get to Alaska, okay? Murkowski's campaign set up Alaska in order for her to win in perpetuity.
Yeah.
With ranked choice voting in a general. I agree with that 100%. It should never be in a general, right? It elected her in perpetuitous, as they say, right? Then people say, well, what about Sarah Palin? Let's see. Sarah Palin's approval rating in Alaska when she got beat was 27%. Alaskans don't like her. Sorry, that's why she got beat. But the Murkowski thing is, they put it in the general in order to guarantee her a seat for life. So on that one, you're right. And it shouldn't be in the general.
Well, and what happened there was a sort of a Republican primary in the general. And this is a little bit different because you wound up with one of those elections where you have 2 Republicans, 1 Democrat, supposed to be 4, but the other Democrat dropped out, which is a way to rig that system in a general election. And the Republicans still, I mean, my point is, Palin and Begich should have at least said, we don't like the other, we don't want you to vote for, but you got to give the other person their second place vote. And instead they went after each other, and so many people didn't even give a second place vote there that's why Republicans lost Alaska for a little while. That the incentive in the system was to not do that, but they did it anyway. And, I think that's always what you're going to run into with any election reform, with any election system is, you can try to structure the incentives, but people wind up with their own little personal incentives that sometimes are different than what we're trying to create.
Well, Alaska's a disaster. You got to remember too, the Iowa caucuses were founded on ranked choice voting, and they worked out pretty well.
But in person is, convention. I'm all for conventions. Let's do conventions.
I mean, I love Iowa. And
I love caucuses and conventions.
No, I agree with that. On that, we can agree with. We love the Iowa caucuses. So we'll agree on that. That'll be our end. Hey, great debate. Very spirited. Thank you for coming on, Trent. Always enjoy debating it, especially because I get a ton of hate mail.
Always a pleasure, John.
Thank you, Trent. It's a good debate. It was good. We're gonna have you back because I like that.
Thank you,
Trent. Thanks for being with us. People want to follow you. Where do they go?
At Trent England on X, or people can find Save Our States on X and on Facebook.
Thank you, Trent. Thanks for being with us. Your calls when I get back. 888-480-JOHN.
WJFN W224EB 92.7 FM Chester, W299DB 107.7 Barnair, 100.5 FM Goochland, and WJFB Portsmouth AM 1650.
From Town Hall, I'm Rich Thomason. Taking Iranian assassination threats seriously, President Trump's security detail constructed an elaborate diversion to get Mr. Trump back home safely from last month's NATO summit in Turkey. The Washington Post reports the president was flown home on a plane other than Air Force One.
The operation involved a ruse where journalists and some White House staff believed that they were on the same plane as Trump. After boarding Air Force One, Trump was secretly transferred to a smaller Air Force C-32A via an airport catering truck. While the White House has not directly addressed that report, it issued a statement highlighting that it uses every tool at its disposal to address threats on the president. So far, no comment from the Secret Service. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
First came the diary entries. Now we're seeing text messages by Dr. Anthony Fauci concerning the COVID vaccine's potential impact on pregnant women.
In January of 2021, Anthony Fauci went on TV telling pregnant women to get the COVID vaccine and that there were no red flags. But in text messages released from Fauci's government-issued cell phone, he specifically tells the Surgeon General and CDC director the vaccine could theoretically be linked to miscarriages. That concerning medical detail was never released to the public.
Correspondent Laura Winter says the messages were released by Senators Rand Paul and Ron Johnson. President Trump has signed an executive order on childhood vaccines, recommending, among other things, spacing out measles, mumps, and rubella shots. The powerful earthquake in Colombia now blamed for at least 111 deaths. Search and rescue crews continue their work amid massive amounts of debris. On Wall Street, the Dow futures are up 34 points. NASDAQ futures ahead 89. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Hey, y'all, I'm Willie Robertson.
And I'm Corey Robertson.
We partnered with Echo. It's a new platform, not just streaming.
Movies and series that are safe for your family.
Echo.
I love a podcast.
Plus, Echo Daily Devotionals.
Echo. Hey, Willie, what is Echo?
Echo is my pet squirrel. Okay, Doc.
Echo is not just faith-friendly, it is faith-driven.
Be a part of something better.
Echo.
Echo.
It's where I want to be.
That's EKKL.com.
Subscribe now.
With bombs, missiles, and drones, Russia has again hit Ukrainian cities hard.
Ukraine's State Emergency Service says Russian ballistic missiles have struck Kyiv's Shevchenkivsky district. One strike hitting the grounds of a children's hospital, leaving 2 craters, while at another location in the capital, the strike caused destruction and a fire at a warehouse. 1 person being injured and taken for medical treatment, emergency officials say. However, 3 people, including a teenager, died in a Dnipropetrovsk region attack. Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky warns that Russia is receiving military help from North Korea, adding Russian forces used North Korean ballistic missiles in a recent attack on Zaporizhia, killing 6 people. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
The World Health Organization says the fastest spreading Ebola outbreak ever actually started in February, months before it was officially declared in May in Congo. News and analysis, townhall.com. VIPs gather in South Carolina to honor the late Senator Lindsey Graham with the renaming of a major U.S. military installation.
At a ceremony at what was Joint Base Charleston, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth praised Graham's dedication to the military.
He knew the timeless truth that to ensure peace, we must be prepared for war.
Graham, who died last month, joined the Air Force after law school and spent over 3 decades serving in the Air Force, Air National Guard, and Reserves. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who is from South Carolina, noted that the base hosts the 437th Airlift Wing with their massive C-17 military transports.
From today forward, these planes will have Joint Base Graham on their tails, a reminder that Senator Graham was the American people's workhorse.
I'm Jennifer King.
President Trump's social media company is going back to its roots. The parent of Truth Social is abandoning several new businesses to refocus on building up the social media platform. Townhall.com.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Trouble concentrating or recalling information is frustrating, embarrassing, and kills productivity. Nutrition company Healthy Cell created Focus and Recall to boost your brain power. Unlike other supplements that don't work, Focus and Recall is not a pill. It's a gel you swallow with ultra-absorption of science-backed ingredients to help you immediately sharpen focus, concentrate longer, and strengthen recall. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order. Risk-free. Love it or your money back. Guaranteed. Healthycell.com. Code Godzilla.
Bad decisions limit future options. Make enough bad decisions and you will destroy your life. Listen to The Flatline with your host, Rick Hughes, every Sunday morning on the John Fredericks Radio Network. The Flatline describes a main line of resistance in your soul, built on God's Word. Join us every Sunday morning for 30 minutes of inspiration, motivation, and education, all without manipulation. That's The Flatline with Rick Hughes, heard here every Sunday at 8:30 a.m. on the John Fredericks Radio Network.
Folks, this is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Soul Tea. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Soul Tea. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Soul Tea for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Soul Tea. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
Everybody's talking about weight loss injections because the results are so dramatic. They work by lowering blood sugar and reducing appetite. So, what if you're looking to lose weight but not interested in painful weekly injections, especially when you hear about some of those intense side effects? That's why doctors created a weight loss supplement called Lean, and the results are remarkable.
Hi, it's Tina with the John Fredericks Media Network, and I actually started taking Lean myself last week, and I'm already down 2 pounds. What I've noticed most is my appetite and sugar cravings. I'm usually hit with the munchies around 4 o'clock, so I started taking Lean just a little bit later in the morning, and I can really tell a difference when my normal snacking hour rolls around. Also, I play a lot of pickleball, and since taking lean, I feel like I have so much more energy. Trying to lose weight at 55 has been incredibly frustrating, so my personal goal is to lose 20 pounds by the end of the year. And there's another reason why I'm serious about this. My last 2 blood sugar reports weren't where I wanted them to be. With the help of Lean, I'm working on my diet, exercise, and weight because I want a much better health report when I see my doctor again. And I'd really like to avoid hearing him say, "You should be on metformin."
The ingredients studied in lean have been shown to lower your blood sugar, burn fat by converting it into energy, and curb your appetite and cravings, so you're not as hungry. But listen, lean is not for the casual dieter with only a few pounds to lose. The doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition created lean for frustrated dieters with 10 or more pounds to lose. Get started with 20% off and free rush shipping so you can add lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. Go to takelean.com and enter the code Godzilla for your discount. That's discount code Godzilla at takelean.com.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who always says to lace them up and lace them tight, John Fredericks.
Great to have you on the John Fredericks Media Network. I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables, coming to you from the nation's capital, Washington, D.C., the most beautiful, cleanest city in America, the Disneyland of the Northeast, right here. Well, I'm losing weight. You know, I love getting on the scale now. Now, you don't get on it every day because, you go up and down a little bit, drink too much water or something else, right? Now, get on it once a week. I love getting on the scale. You know why? Because I'm losing weight with lean. This thing's pretty good. Now, you know who turned me on to this? Johnny in Monmouth County. John, thanks. John and Michelle turned me on to this. John said, I lost 15 pounds on it. John's looking good. This is Johnny Be Good Day. Lean. All I do is I get up in the morning, get up at 3:45, right? The first, 15 minutes, see what's going on. Then I get up, go to the bathroom, brush my teeth, get a little water, open up my lean, boom. Take 3 of these babies, full glass of water, done for the day. Now, what does it do for me? Well, curbs my appetite. That's number 1. 2, gives me energy. 3, converts your fat into good things, gets rid of it. And so you lose weight the natural way. Now, I got to get another 25 pounds off. And I kind of hit like plateau, and I'm not doing the needle thing. Spikes your blood sugar. Coupled with the fact that when you go off it, everybody's told me when you go off that needle thing, weight goes back up. See, I'm for long-term solutions. Everybody in my company knows it. Whatever the problem is, I ask 2 questions. What's the short-term solution to fix it? Because it got to get fixed now. Okay? Secondly, what is the long-term permanent solution? I got to get 2 answers. Short-term, long-term. This is both short and long-term. This is why I like that. If I get a short and long-term, I'm always going to combine that because I'm going to do better. And so lean weight loss from Brickhouse Nutrition, clinically formulated weight management. This is a multi-pathway blend of clinically studied ingredients that support appetite control, fat utilization, and it's built for sustainable results, enduring sustainable results. And it targets appetite, it supports metabolism and energy, and it's formulated by doctors. You're serious about losing weight, check this out. Now I can get you 20% off. Just go to takelean.com. This is serious, and take the journey with me because you're going to see if I'm not losing weight, I'm on camera every day, it's going to be like, I thought you were losing weight, John, right? When I get this other 20 pounds off, you're going to be like, you know what? I should have bought a bottle. All you got to do is go to takelean.com, takelean.com, promo code Godzilla, get you 20% off. A lot of people are skeptical about this stuff. I get it. I just heard about it from John in Monmouth County, and he lost 15 pounds, and I'm going to lose 20 on lean, and we'll go through the journey together. Just go to takelean.com, promo code Godzilla. You're going to get 20% off. I think Dan's going to do it. Dan, are you in on this deal? Are you in? That's what I heard.
As far as I know, yeah. I think I'm going to be endorsing Lean, and Lean will be sponsoring the Dan Hobgood report in the mornings.
Well, do that, and we got to see if you lose weight. The whole thing about it, when you do it on air and we're on video, you can't hide this. You either lose weight or you don't. It's very simple, right? Because you can't hide behind a microphone and a dark room. I'm either losing weight or I'm not. Tina so far lost five pounds. Tina looks great. And she's trying to lose 20. I've lost 3 in 3 weeks. See, I'm good with that. Pound a week is all I want. 20 weeks, I'm down 20 pounds. I'm good to go. And I know it's going to be sustainable. That's the key, right? Now, for breakfast today, I took my lean. What did I have so far? I had a banana. It's good for potassium. I had a banana. And I had an egg, a hard-boiled egg. So I eat 2 hard-boiled eggs. I get the other one at 10 o'clock, get 2 hard-boiled eggs. Got apple, got a banana. I got a yogurt. I got some vegetables and a hamburger patty. That's going to get me through the day. So, you try to eat right. I mean, obviously, if you're taking lean and you want to drink, a 6-pack of beer at 5 o'clock every day, just not going to work for you, right? Have a couple beers, you can do that. Drink a 6-pack at 6 o'clock, it's not going to happen. You're not going to lose any weight, right? You eat, a bowl of ice cream before you go to bed, it's counterproductive. So you got to be smart about this, right? But this is going to help you curb your appetite. Because my biggest thing is crackers. And I told Dan, when they're laying around like the cracker box is open, forget it. I'm like the cracker monster, right? Grab crackers. You just got to cut that out. And but it's so good. 888-480, John, you want to weigh in? 888-480-5646. I want your calls. Say, John, we never take calls at 8. Well, now we are. Let's get to a couple clips here. I want to get to forget that. I want to get to cut 10. Here's Anna Paulina Luna in Florida saying the entire platform of the communist is racist, aligning with podcasters who want to eliminate the white race. Unfortunately, she's right. 10, Anna Paulina Luna weighing in. Roll it.
Some of your radical peers, and I say peers because they look like they're on the way to the halls of Congress, will be Chevalier, who's in a deep blue district. She says no deportations, abolish prisoners, couldn't answer if a murderer should be behind bars, and used an American flag to wipe her hands with a napkin. Also, Claire Valdez, blue district. Here's what she said when she won. Solidarity forever, abolish ICE, free Palestine, organize your union, join DSA. Are you ready to walk the hall with these ladies?
Look, some of these statements made by these individuals that they're going to have to answer for, and it's interesting because I'm already hearing Democrats that are more moderate in the chamber saying when they get here, we're going to ask, maybe based on some of their postings, et cetera, for them not to have committee assignments. I want to be really clear about something. The entire platform of the DSA has been, to be clear, racist. You are seeing them put out literally anti-white rhetoric. They are aligning with podcasters that are saying that they want to eliminate the white race. Look, Kaylee, I'm half white, I'm half Hispanic. I'm not going to hate my white side. And if you are blaming any race, not just white people, but any race for your failures in life, that's not some brilliant perspective or ideology. That makes you ignorant and not smart.
Well, I'm not going to blame my white race. I mean, this person, Hong, is unbelievable. She's embarrassed because she has a biracial son and she married a white guy. And so she's Asian. And so she's ashamed of her child and her husband. I mean, these people are nuts. And this is going to be your Democratic candidate in Wisconsin. They're crazy. Speaking of that, let's get to Tom Tiffany, cut 13. It's not numbered on it, Dan, but it's between 12 and 14. It's cut 13. Let's run Tiffany saying about, well, this is the person I might be campaigning against. Roll it.
For example, she voted against a bill that would have prevented child sex grooming. She was one of, I think, 5 members of the legislature to vote against a bill that prevents child sex grooming. It is truly extreme.
But they don't care because they want to take the party over. Don't you get it? She's going to be the nominee tonight. She's going to win in a landslide. And then Tiffany is going to be the governor. And they don't care because they're trying to take the party over. Now, here's the deal. Can we talk? So we've got a couple traitors going on here in the so-called party. Sitting at Tucker's table of traitors, Tucker Carlson. You got Brian Glenn and you got MTG. And they're plotting to destroy President Trump and MAGA and America's futures with him. So we're likely to see a third party with Tucker running for president and MTG as his vice president pick. And Brian Glenn will be there with a camera. Nice enough guy, I know him. I got no problem with him. Married MTG. Hope he's in love. Good for him. Yay. Hope things work out. Not any of my business. But here's Tucker the traitor. Let's get to cut 11, where Tucker has Hunter Biden on. See, now in order to get clicks and make money, because he's a clickbait machine, that's all he's turned into. Now he's got to get Hunter Biden on with him to trash Trump along with him. Interesting. 11, Tucker and Hunter Biden together again. So now you've got the Tucker Carlson Network, whatever the hell that is, some podcast he's doing. And he's a clickbaiter and he needs clicks to make money. That's what this whole thing is about. I've been telling you that for years. See, I'm so far ahead of the game, truth and clarity, that's why you tuned me in. And for a long time here in this network, I used to just say this, truth didn't sell. The truth was a hard sell. It's a hard sell. People don't want truth. They want to believe that there's there's a den of pedophiles behind in some pizza joint that Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton knew about. And they wanted to believe that Sandy Hook was a hoax and construed by the government. And they want to believe that nobody really landed on the moon and whatever else they want to believe. That's what they want to hear. So somebody like me, I mean, I get tuned out immediately because I'm trying to tell them the truth and they don't want to hear that. They want to hear what they want to hear, period. And so that's where media's gone, down the rabbit holes. And that's where Tucker's gone, down the clickbait hole. So here's Tucker Carlson now at the table with Marjorie Taylor Greene and Brian Glenn, and they're smoking. I mean, they're smiling, not smoking. They're smiling and they're laughing. Yay, it's funny. And they're going to run a third party and destroy Trump. And now he's got Hunter Biden on his show. Guy's a complete criminal. Got a pardon. He's on his show and they're yucking it up. And they love Candace Owens, who, is an anti-Semite, hates Jews, right? This is where we're going with this. It's all clickbait. I mean, Tucker Carlson, he started, what was it, the Daily Caller or something? I mean, he was like a reasonable guy. Fox News, big show, 8 o'clock. And now he's a clickbaiter. That's all he is. It's a clickbaiter. And they're going to try to destroy the party, and he's a traitor. And now, see, they've all found that by trashing Trump, you get clicks. And then the clicks serve up the ads, and the ads make you money, and you don't have to do anything. Just hate on Trump and be a traitor. And that's how you get the clicks. Alex Jones was making $80,000 a day in sales for his products when he was talking about Sandy Hook as a hoax, while parents were burying their children. It's the world we live in. That's the media world we're in right now. And it's not going to stop, and it's not going away, and it's only going to get worse. And we have a lane. It's not the biggest. It's not the best. It's not the most successful. Doesn't make the most money. But I tell you what I do every night. I get a good night's sleep. Did they get a good night's sleep? I don't know. You'd have to ask them. I do. I get up every day, I shave. I shave every day. I got to look at myself in the mirror. Not bad when you can look yourself in the eye and know you're doing the right thing. We're not the biggest. We're not the best. We're not the most profitable. We don't have the most money. We don't have this. We don't have that. But here's what we do have. You're going to get it from me straight, and we're going to tell you the truth and clarity. And that's how we built our network out. That's how we got 21 million views in June. The truth is back. The new currency of media, Dan, is truth. It was out for a while, and now it's making a comeback, and I'm right there in that lane. So we're very, very comfortable. We're very comfortable with where we are. Now, Clay Travis is starting a new company, a new broadcast company. So we were the one, visionary, actually it was Bannon's idea way back in the day. So thank you, Steve. I was giving credit where it's due. So actually Bannon was a proponent of this 5-7 years ago, merging news, conservative news talk with sports. That's why we're a News Talk Sports Network, and we have a separate division for sports in the company that we just added, which my son Jack is in charge of. We got Santana and others working that angle. We got our website or whatever. We carry all these games. We were the first one to believe that we could merge the audience with sports, and we've proven that to be very successful. So over a 5-year period, we were mocked and ridiculed, and now we're on the cutting edge. Now we're ahead of everybody, as we always are. I'm just saying, we're just ahead. Small as we are, no money, no resources, but a lot of brain power with our team and with my wife, Ann, who runs the company, who brilliantly put this thing together. Brilliantly. Now, Travis came up with an idea born of the WNBA, which is, we got ESPN is to the left. We got all these sportscasters. They're all liberals. They're all to the left. Barkley, the whole bunch of them. They're all libtards. And so he says, I did Outkick the coverage. I sold out for millions of dollars. Now I'm a millionaire, sold out to Fox. Now I'm going to start a conservative sports network where we cover sports, but it's from a conservative angle. So even though Clay Travis, for years, like me, wanted politics out of sports, now he sees an opportunity to put politics back into sports, but from the right. Now, here's my position on that. I agree with his original position. Politics and sports don't mix. I want it out. And so we're going to, again, maintain that only lane because he's going now. He wants politics in sports, but from the right. I want it out. Our sports network, everybody knows where we stand, but I don't want to be talking politics. I want to be talking sports. Doesn't mean we can't take our positions. But once you cross that line, it's just another political podcast. That's all it is. And you're talking about sports. And once this WNBA thing goes away, when the league folds, which it will eventually because it's a joke, then what are you going to do? What are you going to talk about then? Aaron Rodgers didn't take the vax. I tune in a football game. I want analysis on that game. And what you're going to get from us is analysis. What you're going to get from us on Game on America at 6 o'clock is analysis. Doesn't mean that Frank and I and Sarah don't have our positions. We do. And they're certainly not liberal. They're highly conservative. But we're going to give you analysis. When you're analyzing a horse race, no politics come into that. Can this horse make up 5 lengths in the stretch coming off the pace? Yes or no? Right? Who's going to win tonight's game? When I give my picks on Godzilla Wins, go to GodzillaWins.com, there's no politics there, right? Here's who I pick. Tampa last night. Why? They won 6 in a row. And whoever they played is losing every day. And they were only minus 150 or 70. It was a good bet. That's my analysis, not, somebody's a conservative on Tampa. I could care less. I just want to win the bet. So I get what Clay Travis is doing. It's going to be interesting to see if that works out. I have no interest in that. I have no interest in starting a sports network and you're talking about politics and then sports happen to be there. We do that 4 hours a day here and we do it all day on air on our network. When we get to sports, we want sports. And if you can do it and do it cleanly, that's our lane, and that's going to be very successful, I predict. Don't forget, 6 to 7 p.m., Game on America with Frank Zaccanelli. Thing is a hit. I saw it last night. These guys are onto something. When we get back, speaking of the WNBA, we're going to talk a little about the shenanigans going on there. Now, what you can do, my friend, Mr. Dan, the producer, is get that clothesline clip ready where they almost knocked off Sophie Cunningham's head. I want to see that when I get back. John Fredericks, Media Network. Paul, I'll get to you in a minute. Keep it right here.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cell's Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Everybody's talking about weight loss injections because the results are so dramatic. They work by lowering blood sugar and reducing appetite. So, what if you're looking to lose weight but not interested in painful weekly injections, especially when you hear about some of those intense side effects? That's why doctors created a weight loss supplement called Lean, and the results are remarkable. The ingredients studied in Lean have been shown to lower your blood sugar, burn fat by converting it into energy, and curb your appetite and cravings, so you're not as hungry. But listen, Lean is not for the casual dieter with only a few pounds to lose. The doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition created Lean for frustrated dieters with 10 or more pounds to lose. Get started with 20% off and free rush shipping so you can add Lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. Go to takelean.com and enter the code GODZILLA for your discount. That's discount code GODZILLA at takelean.com.
Trouble getting to sleep and staying asleep is infuriating. Your mind races, you toss and turn. Nutrition company Healthy Cell created REM sleep to help you quickly fall asleep, stay asleep, and sleep deep. Unlike other supplements that don't work, REM sleep is not a pill. It's a gel you swallow with ultra-absorption of science-backed ingredients supporting all 4 stages of sleep. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order. Risk-free. Love it or your money back. Guaranteed. Healthycell.com. Code GODZILLA.
Every morning, your Godzilla of Truth sets the table with the day's news. Starting August 17th at 10, Wendy Bell goes live with reaction and her own fiery fabulosity.
And I want MAGA to grow a wave of red, the likes of which you've never seen.
August 17th.
You're on the cusp of a golden age.
Wendy Bell, are you ready to go? Weekdays 10 to noon. On the John Fredericks Media Network.
Bad decisions limit future options. Make enough bad decisions and you will destroy your life. Listen to The Flatline with your host, Rick Hughes, every Sunday morning on the John Fredericks Radio Network. The Flatline describes a main line of resistance in your soul, built on God's Word. Join us every Sunday morning for 30 minutes of inspiration, motivation, and education, all without manipulation. That's The Flatline with Rick Hughes, heard here every Sunday at 8:30 a.m. on the John Fredericks Radio Network. Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
He's your Godzilla of the truth in America.
Run! It's Godzilla!
No gibberish or nonsense, just common sense. And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
All right, good to have you back. John Fredericks Media Network, trucking the truth across America. And we got Mahit Cook coming up. Let's go to this WNBA debacle, which is going on right now. Over the weekend, Indiana Fever, Sophie Cunningham gets clotheslined, cracked across the face, could have broke her nose, could have broke her neck on a layup. And then we have the person that did that thrown out of the game, which she should have been. And then she texts out, well, this is white privilege. Let's take a look at this clip. And I'm telling you guys, the WNBA is done. Roll it. This thing is done. This league is done. And basically the two NBA players saying that they're going in the draft as women in transition was brilliantly done. It boxed them in. But I tell you what was even worse about this. You got two things. You've got the person that was called for the foul, Dijon, basically gets thrown out of the game and then tweets out from the locker room, white privilege. Okay, you almost killed this lady. If that was my daughter, okay, I'd pull her out of this league. I'd just pull her out. If I was her brother, I'd pull her out of this league. I mean, she's going to get killed. And the refs do nothing. And the commissioner does nothing. This lady ought to be suspended for the rest of the season. Dijon. But they're not going to do it because they're afraid, because it's woke and it's, controlled by lesbians that are black. I mean, that they're basically controlling the league. And so what is going on here is beyond the pale. But I tell you what's worse, in my opinion. I mean, I'm 68 years old. I've coached basketball. I've been around athletics my entire life. Never in my life did I ever see a coach or a manager of a baseball team or a coach defend an opposing player and throw my player or his player or her player under the bus. I've never seen that. This league is so corrupt at its core. It is so woke. It is so left-wing that the coach of the Fever, this whatever her name is, Stephanie White or something, right, played basketball. So I don't think the foul was that bad. I've seen worse, and it was an accident. No, she almost cracked her head open. You fool. You're sitting there in a press conference defending the opposing player that clotheslined your player and almost broke her face and could have broken her neck. And you're defending her? This league is done. They will not survive. I'm telling you, if you want to bet on cashy, I don't do cashy and I don't do poly market for whatever reasons. If you want to make money, you go bet that this league folds by the end of 27. This thing's done. They're not going to recover from this. Who's going to watch this crap? It's unbelievable. Defending an opposing player that could have broken your player's face, nose, or neck, or all three? And you're the coach? How do you play for this lady? It's like, screw you. Like if I owned the Fever, I would have fired her before the mic got turned off. I'd have texted her and said, you're fired. I got to get a coach in there that's going to defend my players. I mean, forget race, forget heterosexual, forget the whole thing. I don't care what it is. You're a coach, you got to defend your players or get out. I've never seen that. Dan, have you ever seen this in your life? Ever? I was so appalled by that. I mean, I coached basketball at the high school level for a long time. Could I ever imagine somebody doing that to my player? And I'm in a press conference defending the other guy? You would have to restrain me so I didn't beat the crap out of him. Unbelievable. This league is done. They're corrupt and they're done and they're toast. So if you're Clay Travis and you're banking a company on these clowns, this thing is going to end and you're going to have nothing to talk about. I'm telling you, man, that thing, I'm still upset about. I saw that. I couldn't, at first I saw it, I thought it was on The Onion. I said, this can't be true. All right. We got Mahit Cook. I got a couple quick calls. Paul in Georgia, go. Paul, you're live.
Hey, John. Thanks for taking my call.
Yep.
Hey, I love that this whole story with the WNBA because it's a culture issue that's going to galvanize us, which is great. But it is what it is. You see so many times when you do, you don't let them get the layup, but then you quickly, kind of apologize and make up, etc. But there are a bunch of thugs in that league. There are just a bunch of thugs. But hey, John, I wanted to mention a couple things because Trump doesn't get the credit when he does a lot of stuff right. Last week he did the birthright citizen. He's not gonna. He's putting in place rules so that these Chinese can't show up and have babies and then 10, 20 years later come back and be Manchurian candidates. And the thing that I thought of that was just drove me nuts was the idea that then they'd even get the $1,000 Trump money. It's just unbelievably insane how crazy that is. But Trump deals with it. He fixes it. And then yesterday he does the MAHA, the vaccine, common sense. Let's spread the vaccines out. Great. Trump is doing a lot of stuff, and the press destroys him, of course. The Republican Party really isn't doing a good enough job getting all the good stuff he's putting out. And then let's talk about another thing. Why isn't Trump getting any recess appointments? What's that about? We're in recess for 3 weeks.
Because they won't get a recess appointment because they're waiting him out. Because the rhinos in the Senate are just waiting him out. We've been saying it for 2 years. They just want him to go away, and they want to get back to Jeb Bush, Joe Bush, Jack Bush, Joe Bush, this Bush, that Bush, Barbara Bush. They just want to get back to the Bushes. Then they're happy. Then they can go in their four-corner office, and they can shut the windows, and they can, yes, Senator, no, Senator, you're in a minority, Senator, your limo's here, Senator, would you like a hot cup of coffee or a cold soft drink? That's all they want. That's why they've stalled these recess. They won't recess it, so Trump can't get his appointments in. And that is just a cold, stark fact. Thank you, Paul. I got to get to Mehet. Good to have you here, Mehet Cook. Thank you.
Thanks for having me. You're fired up this morning.
I tell you what, man, I'm a little fired up. I got to get your thoughts here. I know your election integrity. We got to talk about the SAVE Act, all the fraud going on. New Jersey, 6,600 people. Oh, it doesn't mean anything. Meantime, we just won a vote in Indiana by 3 votes, right? Yay, 1. Look, this WNBA thing. I mean, what is the deal with these people?
Well, John, I mean, we have allowed this cancel culture not only in politics, but it's in Hollywood, it's in sports. I mean, there was a time when I had to turn off football because they were kneeling during the national anthem. So this violence culture that's being celebrated and Hamas and terrorist sympathizers like Mondani, Abdul Saeed, who's running in Michigan, it's trickling in to our younger generation where they think violence is the answer. We saw a political assassination on X of Charlie Kirk that people celebrated. So this generation has become desensitized to violence. I played basketball. I know what a foul is. That's more than a foul. You get kicked out of a game and you get fired, just like you said. And talk about white privilege. I mean, these people that are attacking players, they're the ones that are privileged. They're turning racial slurs. They're pushing the envelope. And the league has allowed it. I want to ask women players today, why play for a league like this? Why not start something new? That's what Democrats do best. They tear us down. So walk away and start a new league, get a new person, a group of individuals that are going to support women. We are chromosomally different than men, and let's go. But to continue to go to a league that disparages us, disrespects us, and now pushes white privilege, it's just unfathomable. And the fact that men had to come and save the day, I mean, yes, brilliant strategy, but it just goes to show that it is pressure culture that is actually going to win. And I don't stand by that. I think you just pack your bags and you start over.
You know what you just said. You got two men, two former NBA players,
Right.
Ennis and Royce White. Royce, I know, don't know the other gentleman, but they come in and their videos were masterful, and they're like, look, we're trans, we check the rules, we want to go, we check, we fit all your thing, and Ennis is like, hey, I'm a really good player, I pass the ball, I'm a good teammate. I mean, it was brilliant. But to your point, it took two men to come in to defend women.
So that's what bothers me, John. I mean, we are smart. We know that we can pick up the ball and go to another court. And that's what I want to push today. We don't need anybody to save us. We need to actually start thinking outside the box. Riley Gaines has done it when she was continued to be bullied by men in her sport in swimming. So we need to do the same thing. It is time for us to push and create a new league. And millions of Americans, CEOs, billionaires, all the people the Democrats hate that actually help capitalism and sports are with them. So I think they start a new league. You've seen Clay Travis, right? He's put out pushing for women's sports. Ask Clay Travis to start a basketball team. There's many people out there that support women and don't want this cancel culture. But why continue to go to the WNBA that has continued to, pardon my language, shit on women? Why?
Right. And I'll take the fine for that because it's worth it. But what
Sorry.
you're saying, it's okay. It's worth $100. What you're saying is so correct because this league, I mean, we have been an advocate because I run a news talk and sports network. So half of our show, our entire weekend is all sports. We have a sports show 6 to 7 p.m. every night across the country. I think we broadcast, I don't know how many college and pro football, hockey, basketball, the whole thing, baseball. But I've been an advocate, let's just get the politics out of it. Right. When I go and I'm a Titans fan. When I watch a Titans game on a Sunday, I want to unplug from politics. I don't want to see people kneeling. I don't want to hear some national anthem I never heard of. I just want to see the football game. When I turn the Astros on at night, I want to see the baseball game. Ann and I are sitting there with the cat, and we're like, why did he throw him a 2-strike slider? Get him with the changeup. We don't want politics.
Right.
But they have taken this thing. They have this entire league, which is just politically charged to promote their left-wing woke agenda. And that's why I think it's done.
But John, they've done it successfully. Democrats have been so successful. They have creeped in to our schools and erased American history, pledging just the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Look at colleges where they're being indoctrinated, and you have young, white, liberal, privileged kids that are saying that they want communism. They've gone to sports. I mean, there's not a foundation in America that they have not tried to just tear down. And this is where we have to continue to fight and fight smarter. And all of this starts, I think the base of all of this is continuing to educate the younger generation about what's occurring, and then making sure we get election security. That education, election security, those two pillars are so paramount in our country. And if we give up any one of them, we have lost not only the younger generation, but the Republican Party as we know it.
Mehek, you look at this and you say to yourself, the point that you just brought up, you're on fire today. First of all, it took two African-American men to defend women.
Right.
That's number one. Second thing you brought up is so salient here. Whatever the left gets their hands on, they want to tear it down. It's just another pillar of society. They just want to tear it down. And now they're trying to tear down a basketball league just single-handedly because this thing is done. It loses money. There's no fans. They're destroying whatever little bit of fan base they have. Nobody's going to the games. They had this cash cow in Caitlin Clark, absolute star, that was going to lift up the league. They were all making more money. They were all getting, sponsorship deals. And now they tore that down.
Well, I blame the commission. I mean, we can blame the left all we want, but you still have commissioners that put together a rule book, hundreds of pages, John, but didn't define a woman. At some point, I think women need to wake up. We don't need to be rescued. We need to wake up and realize we have the power to walk away and rebuild. Why do you want the WNBA to change the definition to meet who we are? Because there's going to be another fight. If it's not what is a woman, then it's going to be somebody who goes through a full surgery and then asserts they're a woman. At some point, we have to start pushing back and realizing that they are not for us. So rebuild. And I am for this to a core because there's not a single commissioner that actually stood up to what happened. Now our women are being bloodied on the courts. Think about that image, John. Think about the young people that are going to watch that image on X and then think it's okay at their youth soccer game, their youth basketball game. We have created this horrible violence culture. And until we don't start pushing back, rebuilding, and then asking these social media cultures and these societies, are you rewarding these algorithms? Are people monetizing off of death culture and blood? We're not going to win this.
You know what? That is such a good point to think of. You look at that clip and how viral it's gone and how many young people
Right.
saw that. And you just basically say, that's okay. And it's racially motivated. There was no doubt about that. And, and I looked at that and I mean, she could have broke her nose, her jaw,
Right.
her face, her neck. I mean, any of those things could have happened to her. Luckily, she escaped injury. Sophie Cunningham escaped injury. But I was saying at the beginning of the show, that was my daughter. I'd be going nuts. I'd be like, okay, all right, you want to play in this league? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm retiring, and I'm going to go to every game, and I'm going to buy a front row ticket. And if somebody does that to you, I'm going to get it. I don't care who it is. I'm going to kick their ass. I mean, that's that. Like, why is she there? I mean, she's going to get killed.
She is, and we need more people to stand up for her. This is again the problem, the fact that there were no repercussions and
Nothing.
that this girl was not fired. Again, we're rewarding this type of behavior. Think about what young people are seeing. I can bloody somebody on a court and I can get away with it, and it's okay, and it can be racial targeting. Look, Jews today, in my opinion, and white people are the most racially targeted group in our country. You see death to America chants, you see anti-Semitism in so many candidates, and then you have these young followers that think it's okay. So at some point, if we don't have accountability, we're going to continue to have this type of culture and celebration and threats. And it's one thing to show rage in the Republican Party or as an American citizen. It's another thing to disband and to restart what we're trying to do here. It's education and making sure that you walk away from these groups that are using you like political tools, because that's all we are to the WNBA. We're viral
Exactly
moments.
right. It's just the whole thing. And then for the coach, see, they're all bullied. They're all afraid. What are they afraid of? They're just afraid of the left. They're afraid of the woke bullies. So then you got this coach, Coach White. I've never seen and defending the other player. And if you looked at Caitlin Clark, she had her head down in her hands. It's like, this is my coach not even standing for me because they're afraid of the social media woke people. This is where we are today in sports. It is so disgusting. I don't even have words for this.
I don't either. I think there's a spineless culture here, and young people are becoming adults, and they're continuing to show that the left is going to win. And part of it is because they have a gun to our heads, John. They
Yeah.
continue to threaten and kill anybody that disagrees. But I also think if you don't have the guts or the brains to stand up for women's sports, then get out of the way, because there's many people that know right from wrong. And unfortunately, that coach doesn't.
I tell you what, I kind of just sprung this on you, but you can talk about anything. Now I'm learning you can talk about anything. I always suck people into the culture wars, unbeknownst to you, but you're very versed on it. We just won the election in Indiana by 3 votes, but they're trying to tell us in New Jersey 600 illegal voters don't matter. Can you square that with me?
No, I mean, it's called flat out cheating. Every vote matters. And when illegals are voting, they're canceling American votes. And what Democrats want to do is continue to lie and dumb down elections. Did you see Kamala Harris's video, John, where she came out and talked about the Save America Act and the fact that she was so upset that we had to show proof in one of the most sacred times, voting? And she's continuing to push out there this theory that we're not smart enough to get voter ID. And I think what Republicans should do, honestly, John, is anybody who doesn't have a voter ID, let's set up a system where it's affordable or $0 for them to get it. This is where Democrats continue to just dodge the ball. They continue to say, we're just going to do a cover up and allow cheating rather than give solutions to the American people. So I think Republicans should provide those solutions. I mean, Democrats have given free everything and want to do free Medicare for all, free healthcare for all. I stand by giving free IDs to people who don't have the means and the resources. Let's vet them because
And
then
free
they're in the
healthcare,
election
and free
system.
drugs, and free college,
Right.
and free medical, and you don't have to do anything.
Correct.
All right. I got this clip here. I want to get your reaction to it because you brought it up. Go ahead, Dan.
This president is trying to push this SAVE Act, which basically would
Cindy, I'm on
require
there
that for
at
people
10
to
a.m.,
register to
so you
vote,
can
you're
call
going to
me up.
have proof of who you are.
I mean, are you serious? You can't take a bus without an ID. You can't take Greyhound. You can't buy a pack of cigarettes, a beer. You can't do anything without an ID. Hey, you know what the biggest hypocrisy is, right? I'm running for commissioner in Washington, D.C. I have to go to the Board of Elections in D.C., and I have to file my signatures. In order to get in the front door to go file my signatures to be on the ballot, guess what I have to have?
An ID. You're
Then
being disenfranchised, John.
Then I get upstairs to the Board of Election office. By the way, Washington, D.C. has the greatest Board of Election people. They're the best ever. They're just so good. So I go up there, and first thing they say is, I need to see your ID so we can prove that you're who you say you are to file to go on the ballot with your signatures. However, those people voting in your election don't have to have a ID.
Correct. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. You really can't.
You'd make a good guest host for me.
Well, thank you.
You ever done that?
I've guest hosted before, yes.
Can you do four hours?
I've done 3 hours, but I have longevity, John. I have lots of things to say about the craziness that's happening in our country and how we set it straight.
Let's have a vote on air. Dan, could Mehek Cook be a good guest host when I'm out, Dan?
Yeah, absolutely. And heck, I'm here to help you. I won't. I'll be a good wingman. No, don't worry.
That sounds good.
Can you follow a clock? To give you a clock?
Of course, I can follow a clock.
No,
yes.
Mehek's follow.
Her.
You got the clock.
I am the clock.
This is how we run our business, Mehek. It's all on air.
I love it.
This is how we've been running our business for 15 years.
Well, it's
on
working,
air.
John.
It saves a lot of time. Hey, thanks for being with us. People want to follow you. Where do they go?
I'm on X at Mehek Cook, Instagram, Facebook, all the platforms except Twitch, where Hassan Piker is an anti-Semite. I refuse to be on platforms that hate Americans.
I got to have you fill in for me. You're going to be good. We'll
Thank
get
you.
a deal done. We're gonna make a deal. We're very close to a deal. Dan, are we close to a deal?
Very close.
And
Very close.
How would Trump say it?
We're so close. We're so close to a deal. It's going to be great. Okay, everybody knows it, okay? Mac, you're going to do great. It's going to be great, okay?
We've got the Mountaineer Mavericks coming up. Thanks, Mac. We'll see you soon.
See you soon.
Be right
Of
back.
Iranian death threats, the Washington Post reports a decoy aircraft was deployed to carry President Trump safe home from last month's NATO summit in Turkey. The Dow futures 56 points higher, NASDAQ futures up 100 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Progressive knows that boat days can come with unexpected problems.
Oh no, I dropped my lip balm in the water. I can't think of anything worse than the looming threat of potentially having chapped lips. It was ginger vanilla too, my favorite flavor.
If a real problem comes along, your boat's protected 24/7 with Progressive, so you can keep worrying about boater problems. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, not available in D.C.
Hey, I'm Willie Robertson.
And I'm Corey Robertson.
We partnered with Echo. It's a new platform, not just streaming.
Movies and series that are safe for your family. Echo. I love a podcast.
Plus, Echo Daily Devotionals.
Echo. Hey, Willie, what is Echo?
Echo is my pet squirrel. Okay, now, Echo is not just faith-friendly, it is faith-driven.
Be a part of something better.
Echo.
Echo.
Where I want to be. That's EKKL.com.
Subscribe now.
Chinese authorities are warning single men about the dangers of matchmaking scams. Fake agencies offering the promise of flash marriages, exploiting the country's gender imbalance.
For centuries, couples in China have turned to traditional matchmakers in their towns and villages to find them a husband or wife. But now a new industry has sprung up where companies are offering to pair up couples who've met for less than an hour. The man pays them for their services and has to pay the woman a substantial sum of money as a customary bride price. The BBC has spoken to several victims of so-called flash marriages who've lost their life savings to fake brides eager to exploit the stark male-to-female gender imbalance in the country.
That's the BBC's Laura Bicker. Russia has attacked Ukrainian cities with missiles, drones and bombs, killing at least 9 civilians. News and analysis at townhall.com. New revelations about what former NIH Director Dr. Anthony Fauci said privately versus what he told the public about the COVID vaccine during the pandemic.
The disturbing exchanges are about the potential risk the COVID vaccines were having on pregnant women. The revelations from text messages Anthony Fauci sent on his government-issued cell phone to the Surgeon General and the CDC director. Fauci privately raising concerns that the vaccine could theoretically be linked to miscarriages, but publicly he went on to recommend pregnant women get vaccinated anyway. These text messages being released by Senators Rand Paul and Ron Johnson.
Correspondent Laura Winters. A yacht owned by Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg did not respond immediately to a call for help from a skiff. It ran out of fuel off the coast of Alaska. A Meta spokesman explains crew did not immediately hear the radio call for help, and by the time it did, another nearby vessel had already responded. Townhall.com.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
People are out there saying, oh, the Iranians are never going to live by it. But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not, the pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show, weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
August 17th. Big changes are coming to the John Fredericks Media Network. John Fredericks, your Godzilla of Truth, starts the day from 6 to 10. Wendy Bell follows from 10 to noon. Rob Carson staying put at noon to 3. Michael Patrick Leahy moves to 3 o'clock, followed by Cats and Cosby at 5. America's new boss for conservative talk is the John Fredericks Media Network.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted. HealthyCell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's HealthyCell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee. Sit back and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who trucks the truth from coast to coast, John Fredericks.
Well, if it's Tuesday and 9 o'clock, actually it's what, 9:08. Good to have you with us, John Fredericks. Coming alive. Your Godzilla of Truth in Washington, D.C. But hey, my favorite segment is coming up, the Mountaineer Mavericks, and we're going to have some more fireworks today. Well, we got another thing going on. Last week, Patrick Morrissey got skewered here by this panel on what he was doing with the clothes for the needy. That's still going on. And Brian Helton, though, Senator Helton, defending him on that one. So we'll hear from him in a little bit. We got our panel coming up. We've got, let's bring them all in. Without further ado, Mountaineer Mavericks right here in West Virginia. We've got House of Delegates member Michael Haidt is with us, District 92. We've got Gino Chiarelli, West Virginia House of Delegates, District 78, my representative right there in Motown, in Morgantown. We've got special guest Chris Andrews today, House District 97. He's got something to say about what's going on. Good to have him. And the one and only Brian Helton, West Virginia State Senate District 9. And rumor has it, he's going to be a participant in our West Virginia football pregame show coverage, which is all the talk of the town. Just so everybody knows, this segment is sponsored by WV Sports Nation. Go to WVSportsNation.com for everything you want to know about West Virginia sports. We've got the #1 sports and information website for Mountaineer fans all over the country, WVSportsNation.com. We got 5 stories up there a day. So we got plenty of writers, and they're all covering it. And we got beat writers, the whole thing. Now, we've also got an app. So you got Google Play, you got the App Store. Just go there and download our app, WV Sports Nation. Put in WV Sports Nation. Boom, your app comes right up, and you're good to go. And then you just click on it. You get the best site ever in the history of man right there. So you want to go to WVSportsNation.com. JohnFredericksRadio.com, and our football pregame show launching. Well, it's going to actually launch on the first game, which is Coastal Carolina. I think that's September 5th. Every football game for West Virginia, 2 hours before every game. Our tailgate pregame show is called Mountaineer Tailgate, from the press box to the parking lot. This is a pregame show. It's not for the suits. It's not for the guys doing tapes up in the press box. This is for the people. This is a people's show. You're going to love this show. Chris Helton's going to be there. He's going to be one of our analysts on our pregame show. Chris Rose is co-hosting it with Mitch Rogers. Center. It's going to be so much fun. This is the people's show, so you want to tune in that 2 hours before every single game. Now, having said that, guys, it's good to have you with us, and let's open this with Brian Helton. Brian, you went on X last week after the governor got skewered by the way he went about the needy children clothes thing, and then I saw your X pop up, and you defended him, and I thought it was very eloquently done, as you always do. And I wanted to just give you a minute, because you weren't here last week, to kind of reiterate to our listeners and viewers what you said and why you defended the governor on that. Brian, we don't have your audio. Got to hit your audio button. Try that again. See if we can get Brian's audio here. You got it? I hear something going on. All right, let's get to let's get to Chris Anders. We'll get back to Brian in a minute when he gets his audio fixed. Let's go to Delegate Anders. You were a little upset about how something went down with this delegate seat with this guy. Can you elaborate on that?
Okay, I think you're referring to the situation with the now former delegate Elliot Pritt.
Yes.
And it's not a matter of being upset. I just think it's a very bad look for the Republicans before a general election, which is coming up in November, to not reach out to all members of the caucus before they put a statement out, especially when that statement lists all the people that are in support of removing the now former delegate. Delegate Henry Dillon, who is in good standing with the Republican caucus, he is an elected Republican, was not reached out to see if he wanted his name on that letter. And so when it went out, it appeared as if he didn't support removing him, which was kind of the public perception of that. Later on, through conversations, I found out he had not been contacted to even be asked if he wanted to be on the letter. So he issued his own, calling for the removal of Delegate Elliot Pritt. The big thing is that there are a lot of fractions within the Republican Party, just like there's a lot of fractions within the Democratic Party, with now the communist-leaning Democratic Socialists, right? But it's the job of leadership to try to bring the party together. And unfortunately, it did not work out that way. We're coming up on a general election, and it's my hope that Republicans can pull together and move forward to fight against the radical left.
So Larry Pack said the other day when he was on that we basically had to give that seat up, that there was no way to get a Republican in there. You're past the deadline, don't have anybody on the ballot, and we were just going to concede that to the Democrats. Gino, true or false?
Well, the laws that we have in place right now, the Republicans are not able to put someone on the ballot. So I think that what's happened now is an independent has filed to run, and it seems like that the Republicans are going to coalesce around the new candidate that's appearing on there. But yeah, I think we have a little bit of ironing out to do of our election law. It's hard to account for all things in the future, and certainly when we're crafting election law, none of us think or take into account the fact that, hey, a member might be going to prison for sexually assaulting children. It's hard to account for all futures. I think that we need to take a look at the code and make sure things like this don't happen again. But there is someone that is running for that seat, and it seems like someone that Republicans can get behind.
Michael Haidt, do you know this guy that's an independent? Is he legit? Is he a legit conservative?
No, I don't know. I don't know him. Never heard of him. Don't know anything about him. But as an independent, I would hope that they would be a whole lot more conservative than the Democrat candidate. The Democrats seem to be moving farther and farther left. So hopefully, it's somebody with a little bit of sanity that our side of the aisle can work with. At the same time, I'd also like to.
Go ahead.
Pardon me?
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I say I'd like to push back on what something that Delegate Anders said with the exclusion of Delegate Dillon. Delegate Dillon has for years now excluded himself from the Republican caucus. Delegate Anders has as well. My opinion on the matter is that Delegate Hornby, as the caucus chair, made a mistake, and that mistake was calling anybody in the Freedom Caucus and letting them know that we were putting a letter together. We should not have called anybody that refuses to be part of our caucus, including anybody in the Freedom Caucus. Once you decide to have a separate caucus, then that's who you are. Don't come crying back to the Republican caucus that you weren't included on something. We have way too many people in the Republican caucus that are not true Republicans. They're libertarians, they're conservatives, they are Democrats who have switched parties, and all of them work against leadership in the Republican caucus. And I would just as soon they wear their true colors and stick with the party that they truly represent.
All right, Chris Anders, you got to respond to this, because if I understand what Delegate Hyde said, he's like, hey, stop whining. You guys decided to start your own conference, the Freedom Conference. And so I don't know what the hell you're whining about, because you guys got your own deal going. So count me out. That's basically, I think, what he said, if I paraphrase that correctly, Delegate Hyde. So
Correct.
Anders responded to that, because I think, what he's saying has some validity.
Well, if you're looking at Congress, or you look at any of the state legislatures that have freedom caucuses, they are all Republican members first. There are many different caucuses within the Republican caucus. There's the Labor Caucus. There's the Young People's Caucus. There are multiple. There's a Faith and Freedom Caucus. There are several different caucuses within the party. The Freedom Caucus exists to give those of us who are strict constitutionalists and very conservative a voice. We haven't left the Republican Party. I'm on the ballot as a Republican. And what's really ironic about this conversation is I was just told that last night at the State House, there were many Republicans in attendance at my general opponent's fundraiser. Now, I wasn't going to say anything about that, but when you have Republicans going to a fundraiser for a Democrat, I think, you really see who the real Republicans are.
Do you have verification of that?
I've had several people tell me, and I'm not going to say any names or do anything else till I get the proof, but we're working on that.
I mean, well, that's a pretty dramatic allegation. You're alleging here on the air that when you say Republicans, like just people that are registered Republicans, activists in the party, or elected Republicans to the State House?
Elected Republicans to the State House.
I mean, Chris, it's hard for me to believe that an elected Republican in the State House is going to go to a fundraiser of a Democrat trying to beat you in the general to pick up a seat against their own conference. Have you ever heard that, Brian, Helton, or Gino? Somebody jump in here. This is a pretty demonstrative allegation that Anders is making.
Yeah, I think it's. Can you hear me now, John?
Yes, Chris.
Okay, great. Yeah. No, I think. That's very very interesting, to say the least. I mean, certainly that would not be acceptable. Any part of the Republican platform. I mean, we can have disagreements within the party, and I understand that there are these disagreements that come up. The Freedom Caucus or other caucuses that do exist within the Republicans. I can't speak to the relationships in the House. That's on the other side, but we want to work well from the Senate side with all members of the Republican Party. But certainly, we would never want to get in the business of supporting a Democrat under any circumstances, especially in today's world, because we know good and well that the Democrat Party has went so far left. There aren't any moderates left. When I grew up in West Virginia, there was a such thing as a moderate Democrat. As a matter of fact, many of my family members were Democrats, but I can guarantee you today, with where that party's went, they wouldn't be Democrats today. So I would be surprised and shocked if that indeed were true, and hopefully it's not, but certainly something I think that needs looked into.
Well, Andrews, I think you can find this out, Delegate Andrews, because number one, if they went to a fundraiser, you just can't walk in. You guys hold them, right? You just can't walk in the door. You got to pay something. And if you pay something, it's got to go on a disclosure. What's your rule? Is it under $99 you got to disclose it, or 50? How's that work, Gino? What's your
all donations have to be recorded on our campaign finance reports that we have to file quarterly. So no money is given, or at least no money is supposed to be given. That's not supposed to be accounted for. You have to report in-kind donations. You have to report any contribution of any kind from PACs, whoever. It doesn't really matter if there's an independent expenditure made on your behalf by a group that they're spending without your knowledge. They will disclose that in their own way. But I want to get back to the exclusion from the letter. I don't think that I know for a fact that it had nothing to do with members of the Freedom Caucus. I know that Chris Anders was invited to be on the letter. Another member was invited to be on the letter. I think when it comes to Delegate Dillon specifically, this is the advice that I've been giving to the new members, especially the new younger members. You do not have to be a policy expert, and your opinions don't necessarily matter. If you show up to work with a smile on your face and a willingness to work and respect your colleagues, you can accomplish the world. You can do all sorts of stuff. Delegate Dillon has failed to do those things. He said, Delegate Anders said off the bat that Corby Dillon is a member in good standing. I would disagree with that, frankly. He doesn't come to caucus. He doesn't answer phone calls. He doesn't answer emails from the caucus chair. So it shouldn't come as a surprise when you read the email that the conference chair sent to him. He says, I do not consider you to be a part of the caucus. If you want to talk about things in the future, feel free to give me a call. I'm totally willing to speak with you. And there has not been a follow-up since. So I think that this was a sort of self-removal. This was sort of a self-exercising type of thing. And I think if that we really are going to be productive going forward, I think we need to have every member with their hands on deck all the way. And I think that this is just the inevitable end of people that want to recuse themselves. I also find it ironic that, as conservatives, every one of us on this panel decry the victimhood narrative. None of us want to play that game. Except there are people that when they think it's going to benefit them, now all of a sudden they're the true victim. This time they really have been persecuted. That's why their case is different. I don't think that goes over very well.
I see Delegate Height shaking his head up and down. So go ahead, Delegate.
I agree with everything that Gino just said. That Delegate Dillon has excluded himself from the caucus almost from day one, and has actually worked against leadership in the Republican caucus on occasion. So his exclusion is of his own making.
Anders, Delegate Anders, you want to combat that?
Well, just following up on that, let's be honest on a couple things. First of all, Delegate Dillon does have morning commitments that he personally has to attend before he can make it to the Capitol. So he has never been removed from the Republican caucus. He has communicated with us and other members. There's always people in his office, Republicans. So this witch hunt against someone who actually stands for conservative values really stuns me. Now I realize that there are people that disagree what Republican leadership is doing. I have all the time, because unfortunately, in West Virginia, we do have a lot of Republicans that were Democrats, and people, when they change their NASCAR sponsor, don't just change how they drive. So we have a situation where there's a lot of essentially Democrat ideas being pushed out. You look, there's constant pushback between the governor, who is very conservative, and the House. There's push between the Senate and the House, because the Senate has become much more conservative than the House if you look at the legislation they've passed. So there is a minor civil war within the caucus. I don't like to look at it as a war. I talk to all members of leadership. If they call me, I call them. I speak to the caucus chair all the time. While we don't agree, we are very civil, and that's what we're asking. If you might not agree with a member, but at least act civilly and work with them as a fellow Republican.
Yeah, and John, can I add something in there as well? Look, I have a great relationship with Mike and Gino and Chris, and so the civil war between the Senate and House, I don't think that exists. I think we work well together. Certainly, we have different views many times. As there's 134 people, right, and the vast majority of us are Republicans, and so I just want to reiterate from the Senate standpoint, we want to work with all these guys to get things done to make sure we get things across the finish line. I mean, I'm chairman of the health on the Senate side, and last year we were able to move lots of meaningful bills between the House and the Senate. We got a lot of things done last year. I think we can continue to do that. I do think it's important we maintain our conservative principles and keep those West Virginia values in place. But all in all, I think it's important that within the Republican Party we find a way not to fight. And certainly our desire on the Senate side is to keep a great relationship with the House and as much as possible the governor so we can all get things done together for West Virginia.
Well, I would agree with everything that Senator Helton just said, and I enjoy working with Senator Helton. I think he's doing a great job in the Senate Health Committee. However, I will say this. I do not want to be, as a Republican, I do not want to be in the big tent party, all inclusionary, just like the Democrats are right now. I find that being the downfall of their party. They are no longer the Democrat Party. They are progressives. They're democratic socialists. I do not want to go down that road. I want to continue to be the Republican Party. I don't want the people who are so far right that they don't agree with Republicans or the ones who have jumped ship from the Democrats just to get elected. I don't want either of those in the Republican Party. So I want to keep it straight and narrow of what a Republican is. And I don't like people on the left or the right joining the Republican Party and then labeling us Republicans as rhinos. So that's my opinion.
Andrews, you better have a rebuttal here.
Well, I mean, the thing is, if you look at any of the scorecards that have been put out, whether it's AFP's American for Prosperity or the Freedom Index or the Constitutional Index, Republicans tend to always beat Democrats in those ratings. And in fact, if you look, state after state, and including the Congress, Freedom Caucus members tend to be at the very top of all of those ratings because we tend to be the most conservatives in the legislature. Now, we disagree on a lot, maybe with the Republican Party, but I thought the Republican Party was supposed to be the conservative party. And you have a situation now where they're trying to tell conservatives not to be in the Republican Party. That doesn't make sense to me. I always thought we were the party of, the Second Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, smaller government, reducing spending, reducing taxes. And there's been a lot of work done in West Virginia to do just that. But I hate to see this type of issues come up as we're moving into November. We should be united, which is what our press release essentially said, is we should all work together because we have a general election coming up in November. And that's the key to all of this. Yes, we may disagree on some issues. We may disagree on some policies. But in the end, we are Republicans and we need to come together because the radical left is making a serious attack on us. Just last night, I was at a debate with Delegate Ridenhour, and the left packed the room at a Tea Party meeting. The left showed up in overwhelming numbers at a Tea Party meeting. They are coming after us. And, the best thing you can do when you're under attack is to close ranks and to work with each other, which is essentially what our press release said. We didn't name anybody. We didn't condemn anybody. We just said the Republicans should all stick together and everybody should be treated equally.
Well, Brian, you're not sticking together when allegedly you've got Republican elected officials going to a fundraiser for Andrew's Democrat opponent. I mean, and you got to get to the bottom of this, Chris. We got to get names because either they got it and showed up on a disclosure, or somebody's got a photo of them. It's beyond my comprehension that an elected member of the West Virginia General Assembly would attend a fundraiser for your Democrat opponent. Now, a primary opponent, they can do whatever they want. but you're talking about a Democrat opponent on the ballot trying to win your seat for the Democrats. Like, what the hell Republican would do that? I just can't believe that. I just can't believe it. I don't believe it. Do you believe that, Brian?
I don't know, honestly, John. I probably, again, if it happened, it shouldn't have happened, needs addressed. And I do think that needs to be followed up on. And certainly, as Gino mentioned, there are campaign finance reports. I think we could look at that. But as well, even just the support at a fundraiser, I don't think that's appropriate. I don't know that it necessarily violates any campaign finance laws. But at the same time, I don't think it's a good look for sure.
It's not a good look. I'll tell you, that's not a good look. I mean, if anything was going to make, I mean, that is just, Andrews, you got to get to the bottom of this. I got to get names.
I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I have people working on it.
You can't make an allegation like that, because that's all it is right now. It's an allegation, hearsay. You got to get names, and there's got to be some verification that a Republican member went to support a Democratic opponent in the. I mean, I just find that hard to believe, but we'll see, right? We'll see. I'm gonna get back to Brian, who he made an X post after you guys pretty much skewered the governor on this deal he did with the children's clothes, and he made a pretty compelling X video defending Patrick Morrissey. And Brian, I was hoping that you would share that with our panel and our viewers. Equal time.
Sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah. So the main point that I was trying to make in that video, and as you know, or maybe don't know, today we'll have our Legislative Oversight Committee on Health Accountability. So there'll be a vigorous discussion on that. I've worked on this issue since this issue was brought up by Governor Morrissey, where it was uncovered out of $11.5 million. Almost 50% of that was used for cash ATM withdrawals. And the reality of that is we have to know where that money's spent. We can't allow benefits that are intended for children, particularly when it comes to things like school clothing. We have to make sure that's purposed for those children, and we don't have unaccounted for cash circulating in the system. Listen, the clothing voucher was not intended to be a cash benefit. However, the TANF program is a cash benefit. It's temporary assistance for needy families. At some point in time, when the paper vouchers went away, those funds were put on a card that's related to TANF that allows cash benefits. So I don't think anyone did anything wrong taking those cash benefits off because the card allows them to do that. The point is, we have to be able to account for how that money was spent. I was a high school basketball coach. We've talked about this before for over 20 years. And during that period of time, I had a lot of high-risk kids coming through. And there were many times these children would find themselves in difficult situations, single-family homes. Had a number of those kids stay with me, sometimes for a long period of time, sometimes for a shorter period of time. And while there were a lot of single mothers who wanted to do the right thing and support their kids, I also saw the kids get taken from. And I would see things that should have benefited the kids, the adults ended up with. And so my point is, we have to do everything we can. If we're going to put that money out, the taxpayers count on us to make sure every dollar is accounted for. Additionally, we have to remember this money is on top of other monies. This is on top of the SNAP benefits. It's on top of Medicaid. It's in addition to TANF. So we're talking like welfare on top of welfare. I support the program. I don't think it should go away necessarily. But also, I do think we have to take a look overall at the fraud, waste, and abuse in our system. And I think as Republicans, we have an obligation to shrink the size of government. And then, John, the most important thing here is workforce participation in West Virginia is at an all-time low. We're dead last in the nation. And much of that, in my opinion, is related to the fact we're not doing enough to incentivize people to get off the couch and put their work boots on and get back to supporting their families. And so that was my point. If we're going to spend that kind of money, let's make sure that the kids get it. And the way to do that is directly required. I also think probably we're going to see that the actual ATM direct purchases probably went to some things that we would all look back and just kind of shake our head. So I think it'll be very revealing today. I'm glad to have taken on this issue because I think it's the right thing to do. And I do believe we're going to be able to come back at a good place where moving forward, we can make sure taxpayer dollars that are intended to benefit children actually end up benefiting those children.
I think we agree with that. I think the position that some of our panel took last week was the timing of it didn't make any sense, that this should have been addressed in the last session or the coming session and not right in the middle of when people are trying to buy clothes for their kids to get back to school. I think that was the issue. Also, I know that your House Speaker weighed in on it. He was not happy with the way it went down. And then he also blasted the governor and said, he weighed in on some of our races. And I think his statement was, I'm not going to forget it. That was kind of a threat. So how do you guys deal with that, Gino?
Well, I can't. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Or anybody. Go ahead.
Well, I think what Senator Helton just said, I think was all absolutely perfect. I think we as Republicans have a responsibility to be cracking down on these frauds. We want these programs to be administered as efficiently as possible, because if we're making sure that people are getting vouchers and money for these things, they need to be spent on these things. I think the big problem and what led to a lot of the calamity was this was a conversation that I think we should have had months ago, even if it was after the main session. If the governor came out and said, hey, we have this impending program, we've identified a lot of problems, I need the legislature down here, we need a special session to make sure that the fraud stops. I think the perceived rug pull on a lot of people when they went to go apply for the program, it didn't work. There was no explanation. I think the communication rollout is what ultimately led to the conundrum that we landed in. So I think that it felt like it was a very after the fact thing, and it felt like we're trying to rationalize why we did what we did, but we're waiting until well after it happens. If there are problems, all of us want to identify them. Not one of us want any single taxpayer dollar to be wasted on something that we know that it shouldn't be. I just think it was the way that the plan was executed, the way that the explanation was offered after the fact. I think that's what led to a lot of the problems.
And also, I'd like to say, the function of the legislature is to provide the funds and to provide the spending authority, which we did according to what the executive wanted. It's the executive's job to distribute those funds. So to say something like the legislature had a hand in this debacle is just wrong. This could have all been taken care of by the executive branch. It's his departments, his agencies that distribute these and how they're distributed. He could have any time said that we're not going to hand out EBT cards. We're going to go back to paper vouchers. So I just think Gino's right. This was a communication error on the governor and how it was handled. I think all of us as Republicans don't want to see any of this waste, but it's how it was communicated and how it was dealt with. We're ready to deal with the issue. Bring it back to the legislature, bring it back to the oversight committee. We're willing to deal with it, but don't act like it was part of our fault to begin with.
John, I'd like to weigh in on this if permitted. I will say that, first of all, when you're looking at any welfare program, this isn't the government's money. This is the taxpayers' money. And these systems and these programs are full of fraud and abuse. And when I saw the governor's numbers, I was wondering about the program myself. I had a couple constituents ask me about that. And I inquired of the governor's office, and I found out that when you have 50% or thereabout being taken out as cash, it really makes you wonder what they're spending it on. So whether it's Leering Centers in Minnesota or the clothing voucher system in West Virginia, there's a lot of fraud and abuse. And this is not our money. This is the taxpayers' dime. This is their money, So we have to be very careful the way it's spent. Now, maybe timing wasn't perfect. I understand that. But either way, we need to get to the bottom, because the last thing I want to do is see taxpayers' dollars being used to buy Marlboro Reds and a 6-pack of Miller Lite.
I would agree with everything that Delegate Anders just said. This is taxpayers' money, but this is a pass-through. This isn't state money. This is federal money that's allocated to us, and it's a straight pass-through. But still, how we distribute it should not be through EBT cards where you can cash out anything. We need to go back to the system of paper vouchers, and they can go to certain places to get the clothes. So I just don't agree with the way the agency is handling the distribution of the money.
Yeah, and listen, I agree. Listen, it's not really to me about the amount of money we spend. It's about the incentive we're putting within our state borders. And we do have in West Virginia, we have become in large part a welfare state, and we have to really fight and push back against that. Now, my understanding is the paper vouchers, the reason those went away is because a lot of retailers, including Walmart, stopped accepting those. And I think that happened prior to Governor Morrissey. So I think the decision was made when that went away. Where do we put these funds? How do we still get them out there? And I think, unfortunately, the decision was made to put them on a card that lets cash come out. And also, not a lot of restrictions on other items that can be bought with that particular card. So I think as a group, I think you're right. We can look at it from an executive branch level. I do think there's things we can do. I don't know when it all washes out if legislatively we're going to have to do anything at this point, other than I think we have an obligation through our oversight committee we'll go through this afternoon and other things to ensure that we're providing accountability where it needs to be. All of us on this call, I think, agree with that portion of it. I know the timing was an issue. There was a lot of frustration surrounding it. I don't know if we, can be overly critical. I think sometimes too, my thing is let's focus on the move forward plan, how we go forward, and how we all work together to ensure West Virginia gets taken care of in this process.
I think that's one of the Senator. I think what you're talking about. I think that's one of the biggest cures because we're so often trying to look at band-aids to surface level issues. We're trying to treat cancer with stitches. There are these underlying causes that contribute. There is a need in this state for people to collect, any program, participate in any program that they can. How do we eliminate the need for these programs in the first place? I think that's avoiding the petty squabbles, looking at things from the big picture perspective. We focus on creating a strong economy, creating jobs, creating an environment where people want to participate. They want to be meaningful, contributing members of society. They want to put on their boots in the morning, and they don't want to have to rely on TANF vouchers or whatever else. I think that's our big overarching goal as legislators, to think about the long term and think about why these programs exist in the first place and how we can organically get them to stop.
I agree with that. Absolutely.
Yeah, we don't want them to expand. We want them to retract.
100%.
Right. Remember, these are supposed to be temporary programs to help people when they fall on bad times. Everybody falls on bad times. I've fallen on bad times, though I never took any type of taxpayer money. When I did, I worked my way out of it. And these are supposed to be temporary, but they become a way of life for West Virginians in many, many cases. And we have to change that. We have to look at the programs, look at the way they're being administered. We have to look at how much of other people's money, that's what I always love to call it, OPM, other people's money is being spent on these programs, and that people just can't live on these programs. That is not the intent. It's for someone who needs a hand up to help get their feet underneath of them. And I'm currently looking at ways to limit the time period that someone's on government assistance, and also to, let's be quite frank, someone can move to West Virginia today, change their citizenship, and immediately apply for government benefits. We need to change that. We need to change that. If you are going to receive anything from the people of West Virginia, you should at least be here a year or two. We spend way too much on these welfare programs. And it all goes back to, it was originally, let's face it, in the 1930s and 1940s, and has sped up since then. But you really have to wonder, it was supposed to help people to rise up and to then get off the system. We've created a permanent welfare state, and we need to do something about it.
Yeah, and
I think that mindset here has really, really affected a lot of people in the way that they think and they operate from day to day. I saw a lot of this when I used to work as a substance abuse counselor. I saw a lot of this when I used to work in child protective services. People's full-time jobs now in a lot of areas is navigating state benefit systems, navigating the DHS, figuring out how to make sure that their benefits are active. They spend so much time doing this. It's amazing to me how hard people will work to avoid having to work hard. And I think that's a mindset that we need to work to eliminate in this state, because I think that if we go after that, no one wants to stop a needy kid from getting shoes. We're Christians. That's not what we do. But this system has started to be abused. It has started to infect the way that people think. They're no longer interested in actually finding a job. They're no longer interested in bettering their own situations, because if you get that raise, if you start making too much, well, now all your benefits go away. So it de-incentivizes people from working. So we need to find meaningful ways to distinguish between the people that need a little bit of help and the people that are just trying to get by.
Absolutely. And, I think culture, you said that, and that's what we've done in many ways. We've created this culture, and it's generational now here in West Virginia, where you're right, it's navigated in order to get these benefits. One of the things I think all of us would agree, being legislators, I'm here at the Capitol building today, is the bubble up here, the media up here is going to cry foul the minute we try to reform, the minute we try to fix something related to welfare, and they're going to push back on us. We're seeing it already. And so I think that's one thing as well, just being able to get through this bubble and realize that the folks back home, they want people to work. They're tired of going out and grinding it out every day, taking care of their kids, trying to figure out how to buy groceries, how to fill the car up with gas, while other people beside them in the grocery line can fill the basket and never hit a lick to do that. So I think that's our obligation, is to make sure that we get West Virginia back to work. And it's not necessarily creating economic development for us as much right now as it is building that workforce back. And the quickest way to do that, in my opinion, is stop some of these programs and incentivize people to get back off the couch.
I think that I can already hear, if we would have had this conversation about TANF 6 months ago during the legislative session, you just mentioned the media, I would bet that we would have heard all sorts of bleeding hearts from liberal media, all sorts of crying from the Democrats about how we're trying to make it harder for people to do these kinds of things. So it's a lose-lose from media perspective, because we know how they operate for the most part. But we would have been locked in on the stuff that actually matters. We could correct the program. We could correct any potential fraud issues, and then we could take back to our constituents back home saying, we are good stewards of your dollars. We are preventing as much fraud as we possibly can. So there has to be a political will to do the things.
Well, you guys don't want to cut the benefits. You want to be sure the benefits are going to the people who need them in the right manner. It's not like you're asking for a cut. We're going to cut the benefits and then have no income tax. All you guys are saying is we don't want the fraud, and we don't want it spent on the wrong things. We want it spent on what we approve the money to get spent on.
All agree on that.
Clothing for needy children.
Yeah, well, John, I disagree a little bit. I mean, we don't want to take it away from people who need it, okay, who truly need a hand up. But overall, I do think we want to cut the benefits from people who are using this as a crutch to not be able-bodied and get out and work. So I do think when we do that, the waste, fraud, and abuse is one part of it. The other part is the system set up right now for us to spend, and then when we don't do that, there's a big pushback. I think we got to push back the other way and really identify those who truly do need the help and those who truly are just trying to game the system to avoid getting out there and being a really vital part of our workforce here in West Virginia.
And I will agree with the senator on this, because Ben Franklin said this: the worst thing you can do for a human being is make them comfortable in a bad situation. Okay. We're incentivizing people not to improve their life. There's something morally wrong with that. When someone falls on hard times and needs temporary assistance is one thing. But when we are using taxpayer dollars, someone else's money, to incentivize people not to improve their life, that's a huge question mark around the entire system. You also have to ask, how do we go from being a constitutional republic, where charity filled most of these gaps, to now we are where we feel it is right to take money from one person who earned it to give it to someone that did not? These are real serious philosophical questions, because you're right, the privacy includes the money you earn. So there needs to be a lot of conversation. Yes, we do need to help people temporarily, but again, if we're creating a system by which they can exist in a situation that is bad for them, this is their one life they get. We shouldn't be incentivizing them not making the most of it.
Part of the problem, I think, is that we have bureaucrats that are running these programs that have been there for 20 and 30 years, that were put in place by the Democratic establishment years and years ago. And that's just still their mentality. They're the ones still running the programs, and we need to wean them out of our system, the bureaucrats out of the system, and get back to us as Republicans running these programs and putting those people in place that are going to run the programs the way we want to see them run, and wean people off of those systems.
Absolutely.
You know, somebody mentioned that West Virginia, I didn't know this, so thank you, has the lowest workforce participation in the country?
Yep, that's exactly right. Hey, listen, I'll give you an example of I was speaking to Secretary Carl Ayers. He's the new secretary here in West Virginia for Human Services, appointed by or hired by Governor Morrissey. I told him, I said, listen, give me something that would just blow my mind in terms of something that's egregious. And the thing he told me is when it comes to Medicaid, if you're on that program and you're diagnosed with cancer, in order to not have work requirements to keep your Medicaid, you have to prove you're too sick to work. At the same time, if you come with a substance use disorder, in other words, you're addicted to drugs, you have to provide no proof to not work and keep your Medicaid benefits. I think when West Virginians hear things like that, they're going to be outraged. I know I was. I couldn't believe it. I questioned the guy. I'm like, are you sure? Are you sure that's the case? But can you imagine that? Our system prioritizes a drug addict over a cancer patient when it comes to work requirements for free medical care. I mean, we've got to look at every corner of this. We've got to really figure this out and make sure that we've got these programs to where they work. And I agree with what Mike said. It's a bureaucrat driven process right now. We, as legislators, we're here for a certain period of time. We get elected, we get unelected, we move on. But you've got people up here who are real experts at it because they've been doing it for 30 years. And many times they beat us to the punch. And so we've just got to work hard while we are here to affect as much change as possible. And I think right now in West Virginia, if we can get this workforce with the technology explosion coming, the extra permitting we're seeing for new natural gas power plants, our coal-fired plants, President Trump's kicking money into our energy policy here in West Virginia. This is our chance to really shine. But if we don't have a workforce, none of that's going to matter.
Yeah, and John, I'll follow up on that. A lot of the workforce problems started with the Democrats' war on coal. They killed our coal mines, which employed a lot of southern West Virginia. But I want to circle back to one thing, and that's this. I know someone very well who is a physician assistant, and her job in life is to visit Medicaid patients in their homes to do health assessments on them. And I will tell you, every day she's asked time and time and time again by these same patients, not how to get better, not how to improve their life, but how to get more government benefits. That's the primary question they're asking for. Is I know you're here for my health, but I want more benefits. I want you to take more money from somebody else and give it to me. There's a real moral problem with that, and we have to address that.
Yeah, but Chris, that's what the Democrats are running on. The Democrat communists are running on this nationally. I mean, before you guys came on, we had a clip of Taralico in Texas saying, elect me and I will cancel all your medical debt. We had a clip of somebody running for governor in Wisconsin basically saying, elect me and I'll cancel all your college debt. We got the guy in Michigan running for U.S. Senate saying, elect me, and he had free child care and free Medicaid for all, forever. We'll just increase taxes a little tiny bit. Of course, that's asinine. It's hundreds of billions of dollars. So you've got the other party running on, basically their affordability is they're just going to give everything for free until the country collapses.
Well, let's be honest. They can't tax people enough to give away all the free stuff. So what have they historically done? If you look during the Biden administration, they printed more money out of thin air with the Federal Reserve System that has created the inflation tax. I mean, I can lift $200 worth of groceries with one hand now. Working West Virginians are suffering because the Democrats, when they were in power, fired up the printing presses at the Federal Reserve. A quarter of the money we have in circulation today has been printed over the past 5 years. If you think, that's inflation. When you inflate the currency, and you print more of it to pay for all these programs. I mean, we'll be like, if the Democrats get power, we'll be like Venezuela, where you're paying $1 million for a cup of coffee, or the 1930s Weimar Republic in Germany, when they were paying workers 3 times a day trying to keep up with the rate of inflation, and paper money was being used as toilet paper. This is what these people want to destroy our country. They want to destroy the American way of life. We are 250 years removed from the American Revolution, where we stood up to an oppressive government, who at the time, by the way, was only taxing us 3% on a breakfast beverage that was not coffee, and we still rebelled against it. We rebelled against the government that tried to confiscate military-grade firearms. Where do we find ourselves today? Fighting just to try to preserve the Second Amendment. I mean, we have to go back to the reason our country was founded, and we need to restore these founding principles. Let's be honest, the founding fathers would be ashamed of what we're putting up with today, and we need to go back and restore the spirit of 1776.
Well, they'd also be ashamed of getting Republicans going to a Democrat fundraiser. I still can't get past that. You got to give me evidence of that.
I'm working on it. Don't worry.
Brian Helton, wrap us up here. I mean, one of the things that one of the criticisms that I've heard about from the governor's office is, I think, what Gino said, or what Delegate Height said, is that there's a continual wheel of a lack of communication that goes on between the governor's mansion and some of the House and Senate leaders. I mean, it's been going on now for 18 months. How are you guys going to solve that, Michael Height?
Yeah, I put a lot of that on the governor, and I think early on he put out a message. I want to work with the legislature. He continues to put that out. I want to work with the legislature, but when it comes down to it, I think what he means is I want the legislature to do what I want them to do. And we're all A-type personalities. That's not the way to work together. We need to come together. We need to sit across the table from one another. We need to sit across the table from the agencies and work on these problems together. Not the governor comes with a solution and it's the be all end all, or the legislature come with the solution and accept the governor to agree to it. We need to come together to solve these issues together from the start. And that's just not happening right now.
Who's going to tell the First Lady, Denise, that probably isn't in anybody's best interest for her to go on Facebook and argue with constituents? Anybody going to have that convo?
Not it.
Not it.
I mean,
yeah, I'm not going to say anything.
Sometimes, like after last week, I don't know, somebody sent me something, and I guess one of the posts we had, and Denise, who I really like, was commenting, and I'm like, you're fighting with a constituent. It's like Facebook. I mean, you're the first one.
Well, she's certainly passionate about the issues. I will say this. I've been up here 2 years, and I've talked to legislators who've been here a lot longer than me. And they said, yeah, when Governor Justice was here, he didn't communicate with us either, and he tried to tell us what to do. And the governor before that and the governor before that. I think it's the natural part of the legislature, the executive branch versus the legislative branch. It's a tense time right now. Governor Morrissey is a reformer, and he is trying to cut these programs. He is taking some situations and trying to clean them up. As far as overall communication, we could probably all do better at that. I know one thing for sure, I can as well. But so I think just to say this is the only governor that's ever, we felt like didn't have perfect communication with the legislature, I think would be a reach for us all. And so I just wanted to add that, John, as we kind of close out the show.
You're a great mediator, Brian. We should send you, the Trump administration should send you to negotiate the Ukraine war there and get you probably, or go to
Brian
Iran.
Just wants to bring us all together in a big hug. That's
right. Hey, man.
Nice.
Hey, that's right. We got to win. We got to win for West Virginia for sure.
Well, get to the bottom of this. These Democrats going to try to oust Sanders. That's not very nice. I don't like that. So, hey, before I gotta make one more comment. Gino, how are you losing all this weight? Are you on lean like me? How are you losing? You look great.
Thank you. I appreciate it. There was a guy that almost ran for office. He's a personal trainer. He didn't end up running, but he messaged a bunch of us and said he's got a program. So he got me on a treadmill.
You look great.
Gino's got the best suits up here too. Believe me.
He does.
He's got the best suits
coming from you, Brian. Absolutely. That's a compliment. Thank you, sir. I tried.
Yeah.
No, we got Andrews there. He's got his three-piece suit ensemble on. I haven't seen that since.
Andrews always looks sharp. Always looks sharp. Great colors. Great three pieces. Always.
I haven't seen that since '66.
We need to come to West Virginia and watch the camp. A lot of us have three-piece suits. Gino always looks good. Everybody always looks good. We do our best. And the fact I was just on Newsmax before I got on this show talking about flock cameras. So I dressed up a little bit for you guys.
More to talk about.
SWAT cameras. Let's talk about that next week. I'm going to put that in the rundown. I hate those things. Do you guys hate them?
Yes.
Hate 'em.
Yeah.
Everybody in West Virginia.
Unconstitutional.
I
Should
hate,
be
you know,
Amen.
we got to go, but in Washington, D.C., they have these, I don't know what kind of cameras they are, but every road in D.C. is 35 miles an hour. When you come in the district, if you guys drive in here, if you going over 35, if you go over 40 miles an hour, ticket $100. Boom. And if you don't pay it and they find your car parked, guess what they do?
Boom.
Boom.
What's
Got
that?
it. Like
John?
that. They put the
John,
boot
just
on it.
simply go to court. Go to court, demand your Sixth Amendment right to face your accuser. What are they going to do? Pluck a
Hell,
camera
I'm
down?
not trying for
I've
that.
beat these things before. So
I got my son here, comes back from Maryland. He goes up and back. I get a bill, $200. I'm like, dude, 35 miles an hour. Like, you can't come home if it's going to cost me. Just take the metro. Take the green line, dude. That's what I do. I don't drive.
fight in court. There you go.
You guys are the best. I can't wait to our pregame show. It's going to be so much fun. Brian Helton's gonna
Go
be there.
Mountaineers.
We got an ex-football player. If Chris Rose was on the show, Andrews, he would have probably had your back. It was a tough day for him to be out. You're all alone there.
That's all right. That's all right. I enjoyed every conversation.
We'll see you guys next week. Flock cameras, top of the agenda. Michael Patrick Leahy next.
Generates interest in the U.S.
Police say 2 former Chinese military service members have been arrested in South Korea on espionage charges.